it just never seemed to be good from the first leak we heard. And it got worse and worse and worse from there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is technically our look at Microsoft E3 of 2013. However, it is not just that video. The actual covering of the E3 is just 1/3, arguably, of this whole video here. What we are about to look at is, arguably, the conference and interview history of the original Xbox One. What do I mean by original Xbox One? Let me put it like this. If you were lucky to have not known about it, the original Xbox One was far different from how Xbox One actually turned out to be. I mean, granted, I'd be surprised if you didn't hear about it when it first occurred. But no, it was very, very much a thing. And we're here to look at that overall. See, okay, it kind of all begins with what else? The 360. You remember Peter Moore, right? Nice guy, helped develop the 360. But, well, the Red Ring of Death happened, and, well, despite Microsoft salvaging their reputation by putting in over $1 billion to fix that crap, it was still over $1 billion. So Peter Moore got ousted, and then he was replaced by someone who transferred over from EA. A man by the name of Don Mattrick. So, we've talked about him before. And look, if he is truly a good person in real life, well, I'm just sorry, everything I've seen and heard from him does not seem to suggest that. Don Mattrick was ironically put in charge of the Xbox brand, despite the fact that according to the actual father of Xbox, Seamus Blackley, the Xbox almost never was a thing because Don Mattrick originally tried to stop him from meeting with the higher-ups because he thought that it wouldn't work. So of course he was the one that they put in charge of Xbox. It just made sense. I mean, I'm sure a guy who literally took a private jet for his commute to work would totally be down with the gamers and all that. A guy so rich that he knows celebrity upon celebrity and constantly boasted about it would absolutely get what the gamers wanted. A guy who almost prevented the Xbox from happening was the perfect guy to have in charge. I swear, the more I look back on it, the more the writing was really on the wall before the first Xbox One leak was even so much as imagined. But,
yeah, like we've covered it in the 2012 conference, this was not an overnight thing. Microsoft has been steadily moving towards this direction for a while. It's just that since now all eyes were on them because of the new console reveal, this is when people really noticed.
Let us again set the stage here. Since we covered earlier Microsoft E3 of 2012, we can look back a bit like that. Microsoft overall did have a lot of goodwill thanks to the 7th gen. Despite the Red Ring of Death, they actually did eat $1 billion to help people replace and refurbish and repair their Red Ring of Death consoles here and there. Mind you, Sony were still starting to catch up with them, but aside from the Wii selling gangbusters and winning the 7th generation of gaming, Microsoft was seen as like the big ones for the core gamers. Despite their anger at how they were starting to favor Kinect over them. However, to be fair, they did still have enough of the good core games that helped core gamers feel placated at least. You know, I mean, it wasn't like they absolutely had to have the Kinect attached to it if they didn't want it. So, enter in the first words of the new console. Oh god, I remember the names. There was Nextbox, there was the Durango most famously. Hey, remember?
Well, that was the code name.
Yeah, that was a code name.
Well, some people actually thought that was going to be the name as well. Hey, remember the Xbox 720?
A.K.A. the most logical name to give it.
That one's actually my favorite, honestly. And the name they settled on was Xbox One. To just about everyone's confusion. Hell, even if I recall correctly, even some of the Microsoft employees kind of did a weird, at the name. Because
Lives, I got you an Xbox One.
now, they later explained that the reason for it to be an Xbox One was like, well, it would be a console that was all in one, could do everything. We will get back to that later when we actually look at the reveal conference. What you do need to know is the mood things were at the time, because here's one thing, leaks are leaks, but one thing that are not just mere leaks are patents. Microsoft were putting out and purchasing some weird patents. How weird? Well, there was one patent that suggested that the Kinect would scan for people, seeing how many people were watching a rented DVD or whatnot, and potentially charge them for it. God,
Also,
I wish
Pedro,
I were making that up.
Also, Pedro, you got me a 12-year-old console. What's up with you?
Oh no, I see you're very confused. You see, the Xbox One from 2013, not the Xbox from
Wow,
2001.
what is it? Is it like TV shows, movies, and games with reboots of the same name? We have to put years after them now on our consoles.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thankfully, Microsoft has learned from the mistakes of that naming conventions, and the next console had a more simpler name, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, setting the mood for this conference here, there were a lot of leaks going around here and there. A lot of leaks, however, were suggesting something very draconian and totalitarian, like charging people for used games, having the Kinect be a part of the system, always having to be on, and supposedly always being needed to have internet be plugged in for your games console.
Allow me, Jova. Here's a cool thing that I also loved from watching the Nerd Alert video that was made about it back in the day. Hey, Shirei, guess what? So, guess what? You can lend your game, but you can only lend it to one friend. So, as long as you only have one friend, you're good. So how many friends do you have? Aside from us?
More than one.
Oh, shit! Well, I guess you're fucked, Shirei.
Well, not I'll just play your games the other way.
No.
And I'll share them the other way.
That's I'm not kidding. That's basically the message Microsoft is giving you here. Hey, guys, sure hope you don't have more than one friend.
Gamers don't have friends. The fuck you talking about?
Hey, guys, that's why it's called the Xbox One. You couldn't give it to one.
Everybody gets one, and only one.
Exactly.
But guys, those were just leaks. Like, surely Microsoft would come in, clean up the air and everything, and oh boy, here's where things started to go off the rails here. Now, you may not know this name, but there's a guy called Adam Orff who worked at Microsoft.
Oh, God.
Yep. We gotta talk about that because, okay,
Yes.
at this time it was kind of more or less revealed that, yes, the internet would always need to be tied into the console. You would need to always be plugged into the internet. Anyone with common sense in gaming can tell you why that is a bad thing. But apparently Adam Orff did not get the message.
No.
He went to Twitter and made a message that basically amounted to, oh, well, we don't understand why anyone would not have internet tied in. Like, surely, if you have the internet to complain about it, surely you have the internet to play always online. And, okay, while I'm paraphrasing there, I actually do quote this. He put in it the hashtag deal with it.
Yeah, basically. See, here's the thing about Adam Orff. He clearly comes across to me as the typical dumb American person who seems to only think about his surroundings. Guess what, Xbox? A lot of countries in Europe aren't too big on the internet, believe it or not. I get that it may sound like behind the times and stuff, but internet is not as good in Europe as it is in America. So, so of course, not the entirety of Europe is going to be as down on it as you know.
Now, to his credit, he has claimed he was just joking. The friend he was doing it with backed him up. However, Microsoft still fired him over it. So, joking or not, no, that was one of the terrible things for someone who's supposed to be PR related should say about that thing. So, to their credit, they did fire him. However, a memo got leaked from within the company, basically having Microsoft say, look, we know that this is how things are, but for now, try and play it coy. But we're still sticking to it, essentially. Oh boy, it could not have gotten any worse for Microsoft. Oh wait, no, it could. Without further ado, let's have a look at the Xbox One reveal conference. Because yes, don't worry, I promise we'll be getting to the E3 2013 itself, but trust me, I and a lot of people consider this technically part of it. Because let's be honest, whereas the E3 itself is technically the one that is all for the games and all that, this was the true intro to Xbox One, and at first I thought, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. No, it's worse than I remembered.
Music! Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Get ready, guys, because you're about to watch something epic? Question mark?
Guys, I'm gonna be honest. The day the Xbox One was revealed, I wasn't aware of it, so I logged on the following day. I was like, wait, what?
Oh, Bunny. Bunny.
We added you.
Yes, there are a lot of familiar faces here, to say, for one reason or another.
With every person we added,
I'm sure she's a nice lady out in real life. It's just that.
and the more of you we put in
just-
games, the more of you.
What's your issue with her?
The better they become.
She's the head of 343 Industries Webs.
Yeah.
Understandable.
So stick.
Hey,
Have
Hideo
a-
Kojima.
So now,
Yeah, that's because at the time, believe it or not, Xbox actually got a deal to get Phantom Pain shown on the free conference of this year, as we're gonna see later.
Also, I like how they were like 40 million of our closest friends. Wait, I thought we were only allowed one.
Oh,
Yeah, we're only allowed.
So what about the other three? What about the other
Also, am
three?
I the only one?
Things I like.
So what about the other 3,999,999 friends?
Yeah, they don't get to play?
Well, that's what you get
Steven
for having.
Spielberg.
Well, Shiroid, that's what you get for having.
Wait, is that Jeffrey Katzenberg?
Jeffrey
And J.J.
Katzenberg.
Abrams.
Yeah, Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Now, don't get me
Ah,
wrong.
That's the thing.
No wonder it was a
Deji.
disaster.
That's the thing, Dej. Just like Jova said, Don Mattrick knew a lot of celebrities. That's why
Wait, was that Barbara from Rooster Teeth?
Pretty sure that
In fact,
was.
in fact, Joe, I wouldn't be surprised if it was him who got Spielberg attached to that show we're gonna talk about later.
She
Oh,
a social. Doesn't she work at Rooster Teeth's social media department?
Yeah, she's also the voice of
Look at
Yang
his-
from Ruby.
Okay, am I the only one? Okay, I can't. Every time I look at his entrance in this conference and I see that shit-eating grin, I just feel like punching him. Like,
honestly,
it's just,
I can't entirely blame you. See, that's the thing. The more I've researched about Don Mattrick, the more he seems like a dick. Let's not forget, he originally tried to blockade Xbox from being a thing because he was so sure that it wouldn't work. And that's not
Sounds like
even
the
getting
sneak-
into all his press reveal stuff.
it sounds like a used car salesman. Like, here, I got some snake oil for you. Like, it's just like.
He
He
is,
looks like a used car salesman.
he is very much that guy who will try to gaslight you into purchasing something.
Now I'm in charge of the thing I used to not like.
The slash interface, yeah. A lot, believe it or not, the Xbox community actually modded the Xbox 360s to bring back that old interface because they prefer it.
Oh god.
What's that connect?
Fitness, sports, and now, nearly 8 years after our launch,
Kinect
Xbox
was a
360
big release.
remains a
It
vital
It was a
was.
success, right?
continues to
Yeah, it was.
Let me put it like this. Connect was a success in the same way that Batman v Superman was a success. It was sort of a short-term success. Like, yes, it sold amazingly, but it would be one of those things that would eventually bring doom to the Xbox brand.
It's my paperweight.
Today, we look forward. Incredible shifts are happening across games and entertainment, with exciting new ways to play and have fun.
From paperweight to fridge. Quite the career change.
I love how he
Bro,
says so many ways.
We're not even 4 minutes in, and it's like, man, get on with it.
Oh, trust me,
That's the thing,
Dej.
Dej. That's the thing, Dej. Don Mattrick is literally preaching to the choir. Yeah, he's not a fun fat, everybody. You see all those people in the crowd? They're not
Those are
crowd.
Xbox employees.
They're Xbox employees that Don Mattrick paid to stay there and clap.
Let me put it like
I
this.
gotta get out of here.
Hey, you want to know what's sad? You can tell because, let's just say the audience at the E3 conference acts quite differently.
Yeah.
I imagine someone's holding up a sign at the front saying applause or something.
Pretty much.
Be
Holding a gun.
excited.
Team Xbox is on a new
Now,
mission.
to give Microsoft credit, they were trying to capitulate on the fact that Sony had not shown hide nor hair of the PS4 at this time. So, kudos to them on trying to strike when the iron is hot.
And yeah, like Jova said earlier, this is Don Mattrick's logic. The reason it's called Xbox One is because it's an all-in-one system. Okay, in that case, why not just call it the Xbox All-in-One then? I mean, it's a longer name, but it sends the message way clearer and doesn't sound nearly as stupid.
In case one hasn't realized already, calling something the Xbox One confused people. Like, I'd argue it confused people even more than the Wii U name confused people.
But what does confuse people more? Xbox One or Xbox Series whatever?
Xbox X, yeah.
Yeah, it's
This
weird.
one, this is the X-Bone, like a lot of people like to call it, whereas we have also the Xbox X.
Xbox One.
There it is, finally, the name reveal. There it is.
Remember looking at it and saying this looks like a VCR.
Yes,
It looks like a
I
VCR.
said the same thing. Are you there, Dej?
Go. And go. Okay. See, that's the thing.
Also a
Okay.
useful paperweight.
I'm actually going to play a bit of devil's advocate. I actually don't mind the way it looks because, you know, like it kind of has a kind of that retro VCR appeal to me. It's more so, again, it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, it can look like a Volkswagen buggy, and as long as it was a good console on the inside, I wouldn't care. But like, it's just that.
Yeah, I mean, hell, you could throw the same "it looks weird" argument at the PS4. Oh, it looks like a rubber.
So I will give him credit. I actually do like the Xbox One controller.
Yeah, the Xbox One controller is
kind of don't
I actually-
like the top half of the controller.
I prefer it over. I prefer it over the 360 one because it's
The 360 controller is gross.
It's so bulky and the D-pad sucks my fucking
Guys,
dick. Like,
listen
Yeah,
to
D-pad is horrible.
guys, listen to that applause, that roaring applause, and get used to that roaring applause.
Shiro, applaud so you'll get your paycheck.
I don't work for them.
That's the thing. You can say anything and they'll applaud like that. Yeah, I'll demonstrate for you. The Xbox One will burn your house down. Okay, maybe not everything, but
Oh
you know.
boy.
I don't know, I think the Switch is more likely to burn your house down.
So guys, what do you think's going to be the first ever bout of footage we see properly played from the Xbox One? Those who already know can't say because that would be cheating.
The menu.
Oh,
No.
use of
I'm talking
menu,
about.
no.
I'm talking aside from the menu. The first ever thing that will be played from the Xbox One.
Shiro, let's say Shiro, look at this guy. Remember this guy? What do you think he's going to talk about?
Here at Xbox, it's no secret we love gaming. We love the immersive worlds.
The fact that you're not allowed any friends.
No. Well, remember, Shiro, what did this guy talk about in the last Microsoft conference we talked over?
I don't remember.
Okay, you know what? You know what? Probably for the best, because your reactions when you see what was the first thing they showed for the new console will be quite interesting.
There we go.
Alright, let's see.
Xbox and Kinect.
It's
Now,
our.
let's set up the aspiration. What if a single device could provide all
Okay, Shiro, get ready because it's going to start all over
on
again.
your TV and talk to all of the devices in your living room?
Don't you want to talk to your devices? They can be your new friends.
Oh, this is gonna be the don't you want to play your game in your fridge?
No, even worse.
No, it's called the Xbox One because you only have the one friend, right?
Welcome back,
the Xbox.
Yusef.
It's Your
Oh,
only
great. And the
friend.
original UI of the Xbox One was going to look just like Windows 8. Make whatever jokes you want.
Okay, so maybe they're gonna show off Forza first. You know, that's
To be fair, I don't dislike it.
like, you know, that's an
kinda like
Xbox
it.
exclusive.
I prefer the current one, personally.
It looks like a lot of the interfaces TVs have nowadays.
It was really taking cues from Windows 8 at the time.
This one here is just one of the new amazing Xbox One exclusives. You're about to hear a lot
Oh
more.
boy, an Xbox One
You can also
exclusive.
see I was listening to some music by Deadmau5 and watching a movie. Now, like many of you, I also discovered new entertainment based on what my friends like. And for that, we created a new
games.
area
Oh, God.
called trending. Here I get a snapshot.
Okay, I get
popular
wanting
in
to
the
demonstrate the
world
menu and what it looks like. So yeah, I guess I was kind of right, Java.
No. I'm asking about the first thing that's actually played from the Xbox One.
Such as games, TV and movies, and music. Xbox Go Home.
Xbox Go Home You're Drunk was a popular saying after this conference.
Yes.
Yep.
Someone actually made a cover song with, I can't remember the actual song they used, but they renamed the Xbox Go Home.
Basically.
Can I just say this?
What?
Go on.
With the Wii, when the Wii U revealed itself, or
Wait, hold on, guys. This is it. The first ever bout of footage shown being played from an Xbox One was a TV episode of The Price is Right.
There you go, Shiwai. I'm gonna have to start this song and dance with you again, Shiwai. Did you know, Shiwai, that in the Xbox One you can watch The Price is Right?
Like,
I didn't watch that without an Xbox.
no, guys, I just want to remind you that this is a games console. And the first ever thing we see that games console properly being used for is TV. Freaking TV on The Price is Right.
And now music.
And
Okay,
it's
now back to the
only
TV.
going to go downhill from
There you go.
here.
There you go. See, Shiwai, on your Xbox One, all you have to say is say TV. Switch to TV. You can switch to say music, it will switch to your music. See? It's that easy.
Fun fact, actually. This system works also great that people who are watching this stream through, like, you know, their Xbox 360s that I connected to.
I think it's now.
Oh.
Guess what? Guess what, Webs? They're gonna improve from the previous time we did at one of these conferences. Guess what, Webs? Is it? Oh, I'll wait.
To control your entire TV experience.
Wow, there's so much talk about controlling my TV experience instead of, you know, the actual games.
And there it is. There it is. This time, Webs, unlike the previous conference we covered from Microsoft, this time they picked a good movie at least. So there's that.
Echo 9, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Also, someone did make a compilation video of all the times TV was mentioned in this conference.
This is not only now simple, but
Well, okay, congrats. Oh, there you go, Webs.
Yeah, you picked Star Trek 2009. Well done.
There you go. They went from picking Last Airbender. Allow me to remind you, Jova. They went from picking Last Airbender 2010 to picking Prometheus in 2012 to now picking this. So finally, after 3 tries, they managed to pick a good one.
But
Yes,
let me just point this out. With the Wii U and they were showing their features, they're like, yes, it's Netflix, yes, it's YouTube. They got to the point because we already know what it is. What this is doing is dwelling on it.
And that's the thing, Dej. I hope you're used to talking about anything but games because that's the majority of this conference.
Like all these features are fine, but these shouldn't be the main selling point for your gaming console.
I'm just gonna say this. They're lucky that this is not an E3 conference, which is all about the games. Can you imagine how even bigger the backlash would have been if this had been their E3 conference, Pedro?
Yeah, basically. Okay, let me answer. Let me answer that, G. That's the thing, that not a lot of people remember this, but back in the day, when in this particular time when mobile devices were starting to really gain prominence, there was this narrative coming from a lot of people in the business including Microsoft themselves, that the console market is going to die out because mobile is going to take over and all that shit. And that's why Microsoft was doing this, because they wanted to try to, you know, to sell this as a multimedia system rather than a console. Like, basically, you can do all this multimedia shit. Oh, and you can also play games on it if you're into that sort of thing.
Hey, but look, guys, you can Skype while watching a movie. Not Skype while playing a game. No, you can Skype while watching a movie. Where are the games?
Hey, Yusuf, thanks for
Where are the video games?
Happy to do it.
Also,
I mean, this is a neat feature, but it's like, you shouldn't be using this for your review.
Also, I'm sorry, I refuse to believe that the Skype connection was actually that good.
That is true. That is true. What Jova just said. That being said, I do like the concept of this feature, at least. Okay. Obviously, like Jova said, there's no way the reception and quality of the call would be nearly as good as they're making it look here. But but the concept itself, the idea of having this feature on some kind of device, that's a really cool idea that I do like, actually.
It was. The problem is, and I can't reiterate this enough, they are emphasizing so much on the game's console aside from the actual gaming. Like, let me put it like this. You could be showing off the freaking Fountain of Youth at an E3 conference, but if it has little to nothing to do with the games, there's gonna be backlash.
Did you know, Shiro, that you can watch NBA on your Xbox One?
Hey, guys, Microsoft Smart Glass is still a thing, and it's gonna tie in heavily with this.
Is it, Jova? Is it?
Well, Don Mattrick sure thought it was going to be big still, if that interview he had with Jeff Keighley is anything to go by.
That's the thing, he's not even using a smart glass, he's using his phone. You think they'll bring out the smart glass for this bit?
Well, smart glass actually could be, if I recall correctly, smart glass could be used on your phone at that point. Or was it still in the form where you still had to get a specific tablet for it?
Yeah, remember, smart glass is a tablet specifically. It's a unique tablet with that name specifically. He was just using his normal phone for that bit that he just did there. That's the thing. Apparently, even they themselves get up on smart glass by this point.
Except for Don Mattrick again, because okay. We'll get to it much later with the interview he has with Jeff Keighley, but he talks about how smart glass will be a thing. And we are still talking about non-game stuff, mind you.
Yep.
TV was basically dying at this point. Why would they put so much effort on it? I don't understand.
This is the main problem. You know...
And allow me... Go on.
Hey, Xbox, remember the people who helped make you a thing? Yeah, you were kind of giving them the middle finger with this, weren't you?
Okay, actually, I'll wait till Shiro's return before I bring up my major point about the TV shit. Because there's one particular big problem that clearly Microsoft shows that Microsoft didn't even think this through even a little. But I will bring up when everybody's here. Go on.
More of The Price is Right.
Don't you see, Marco? Now we can watch. We can use our Xbox One to watch Seek. There you go.
No, we can use it to watch The Price is Right, actually.
Well, that's an RTP, but yeah. But yeah, no.
Oi, I thought it was a good day to Die Hard.
Oh, can we watch Ted? I like Ted. What else is there? They have Brothers Grimm. Oh God, Jesus.
Oh, no.
Was it?
No. That's just the show called Grimm. That's different from the movie.
Okay. Oh, that Disney cartoon character, you see that? That one was on the Chip and Dale movie.
What is even happening right now?
I don't know. I'm just... Oh, look, Suits. That show was kind of interesting before it turned into a soap opera, but whatever.
More The Price is Right. Seriously, is it sad that one of the most... Like, I almost feel sorry for The Price is Right having to be associated with this, because, no, this is terrible.
Did they make a deal with CBS or something?
Hey, Drew Carey, please, just so, instead of giving your millionth Geppetto sucks joke, how about start joking about how this conference sucks? That way would be a bit more variety on The Price is Right.
I'm wondering if he wasn't really aware of this conference, maybe? Whereas, Geppetto, that was a movie he was...
Mark Whitten. No. Please.
Oh, here we go.
At Xbox, we're focused on how you play.
Judging from Pedro's reactions, this conference sounds to me like his definition of hell.
Well,
It's Mark Whitten. Remember, this was the guy who spent like 30 minutes talking about how you can look at Aston Martins on your Xbox.
Well, it gets even better, guys, because if you thought we were going to start talking about the games themselves, I pity you. Instead, we're going to get a whole diatribe on how this new and advanced Kinect works.
Yep.
You know, I just want to remind everyone that back when the Kinect was first coming out, Microsoft literally had a spokeswoman say, "Bye-bye Wii," and what happened? The Wii still outsold it. Like, by a
Also,
ton.
the sad part. You know what's the sad part about that? Well, actually, no. I'll save it for the actual E3 itself.
The heart of that system is raw power.
To be fair, this Kinect was better than the original one.
True. Here's the thing, though.
Supposedly it was, but no developer took advantage of it, so we never got to really see that.
Not only that, but Not only that, but here's the thing, Marco. Even if it was improved, the Kinect left a bad taste in so many people's mouths that a lot of people didn't want anything to do with it.
It's kind of funny because outside of the gaming sphere, the Kinect is a lot of people actually appreciate the Kinect.
Oh yeah, but
kind of funny.
You want to know what's sad though, Marco? Apparently not enough people appreciated it for this to be a big hit. Like, even people who love the Kinect apparently weren't enough to love a system that required having the Kinect.
I'm not talking about using the Kinect on your Xbox. I'm talking about using the Kinect for other things, especially in scientific fields and stuff like that. Yeah, it was an affordable way to. It's an affordable machine, basically, piece of technology
And you know what?
to use in stuff.
Hey, Ori.
And you know what? That is perfectly fine overall to use it for other stuff. Just remember, it's a games console first.
But Jova, we just got like 3 seconds of footage from Ori. There you
Oh
go.
wow! Of a game that's already out. We don't even see them actually playing it.
Hey, Jova, you said games. You didn't specify which ones exactly.
It reminds me of when we were watching Chappie, and I was asking, like, where's Hugh Jackman? I was like, and there was like this picture. There you go. There's a shot of Hugh Jackman's back. There you go.
Oh fuck.
Were you sure that it was him and not a double?
Oh my God, he's still going.
That's how it is. Like once he starts, he doesn't really stop.
And you know what?
Because when you advertise Hugh Jackman poster, of course I want to see a band that can't.
Okay, now to be fair to him, Phil Spencer, almost all the other employees involved, as far as we know, a lot of this was Don Mattrick's brainchild. Again, the brainchild of the guy who nearly killed off the Xbox from even being a thing. I still can't get over the irony that he was the one in charge of it.
I'm sorry. I need to make a note about that. Like earlier on the screen when they were showing the specifications of the system, it said 30 FPS color. 30 FPS color? I wasn't under the impression that FPS was, frames per second. What does that have to do with color?
I think that has to do something with the coloration and how it can flow overall. Let me check.
30 FPS color. I've never seen a list of device specifications that says 30 FPS color.
In 2010,
I've got this new console for you to have this in color.
But in 2013,
we
revolutionized this capability.
Wow, thank you very much. It's not like we haven't had other game consoles that weren't in color.
Hey Pedro, look at how great the Kinect is. I'm sure can't wait to have Rice Son of Rome use it. Oh wait.
Yeah. Maybe they can have 30 FPS with color?
Holy shit, that's a technological marvel!
Okay, look.
For capturing, I don't know.
Okay, look, I'm just sorry, but gaming-wise, I, and apparently a lot of other people, were not ready to put ultimate faith in the Kinect, because, no, believe it or not, according to Microsoft at the time, the Kinect was essential to the Xbox One. They went on record to say that, oh, the Kinect isn't just something we can switch off and patch out. Even though that is more or less what they later ended up doing.
By the way, I need to get this out of my system. They just talked about how there's a compartment in the control for the batteries. Microsoft, let me talk. Let me talk you through this, because they're still doing this to this day, by the way. Microsoft, for the love of God.
Look, guys, smart glass.
Oh, holy crap! It does exist still.
It's called a rechargeable battery.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Microsoft, it's called a rechargeable battery. The Switch uses it. The PlayStation 5 uses it. Why can't you just, move into the 21st century and use a fucking rechargeable battery in your fucking controllers?
The 21st century, but by different methods.
Did he have a deal with Duracell or something?
I think I understood what the 30 FPS thing is.
Oh, what is
I think it's because you can catch color and depth.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Okay. All right then. Thanks, Marco. But seriously, dude. It's 2022, and I still have to go out and buy Duracell batteries for my Xbox controller. It's ridiculous.
And look.
Okay.
I'll play Shirai.
Go on, Shirai.
No, you finish first, because I did want to say something about Pedro was just saying, but you finish.
Go ahead. You're usually fast.
I think she mentioned
it is absolutely ridiculous that you still have to do that. Because my brother has always played Xbox, so it's like I've seen the amount of batteries. But you can charge batteries, just not in the controller. So you don't really have to go out and buy a bunch of batteries each time, but that doesn't change the fact of how ridiculous this is. That you can't connect a wire to it.
A rechargeable battery inside a controller is just much more convenient. Again,
of
Nintendo
course
does
it is, yeah.
Nintendo does it.
Like, hey, God forbid we just...
Sony does it too.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, God forbid we just provide a universal USB cable that can, shock of all shocks, connect the controller to a power source. No, they have not.
Oh my God.
We're almost halfway through this.
Dej. Excuse me, are you expecting video games from this? What the fuck are you smoking? It's just...
I warned you.
Okay.
I kid you not, guys. You had to be there when this thing first aired.
I was there, and it was quite the spectacle. But now that everybody is here, let me just mention this one thing about the TV. This is the one thing that definitely demonstrates that Microsoft didn't think things through when it comes to the TV. Okay, Microsoft. So you're gonna have all this stuff to watch all these channels in America. Okay, got it. But what about Europe?
With our native editing and sharing tools, you'll have the most.
What about Asia? You can't tell me. You can't tell me that you're going to be able to find deals for every single country in the world. That's not going to happen. There's way too many rights and bureaucracy to go through. There's no way you're going to get all the channels in Wales or England or Portugal.
But Pedro, that's
where's S4C on my Xbox?
It was deals with specific companies, right? Because here in Portugal, I remember it was Vodafone.
Oh wait, here we go.
They said games. They said the G word.
Not only that, Xbox Live. Here, more or less, came the confirmation that yes, you would need to be tied into Xbox Live.
To be fair, they didn't say it in this conference. It's just that they said after this conference via interviews. Specifically, Phil Harrison said it in interviews after the fact. But let me just finish my point. There's no way, Microsoft, you're going to be able to get deals for every single network in every single country. That's not going to happen. It's abundantly clear that they were just thinking of America primarily when it comes to the TV thing. Because let's think about this for a moment. What exactly is...
Oh, no.
Let's say
finally video games.
Let's say my country and Marco's country, like Portugal, right? No, there's what are we gonna do with the Xbox One? Because in terms of our countries, there's only 4 primary TV networks, but free. There's only 3 primary TV networks over here. So, what exactly would be the use of
the UK's TV networks?
But we already have that. It's called cable.
That's
basically what they got. They got a deal with a cable company.
Even with the UK, like Zero mentioned earlier, it's even worse here because we've got at least we've got the BBC, ITV, Channel 4, Channel 5, Sky, S4C, all sorts.
So I kid you not, guys. The first ever game news we actually get proper for the Xbox One is EA Sports. Now look, whether or not...
You said you wanted games.
Now
Where's your games?
So let me point out the problem here. Whether or not you like EA Sports here, you literally have the first game being announced for your new console being an obvious multi-platform game. Not Halo, not Gears of War, not even Forza. It's EA Sports.
Technically, it was Forza. They technically announced Forza.
Don't you worry, Jova. We're gonna bring up Halo later.
They didn't really announce Forza, Marco. They just showed a still of Forza.
No, it said, oh, you can see a picture of the games you can get on the console, and you'll be talking about that one in particular later on.
Yeah, I don't.
Basically, confirmed Forza.
I don't count that though, because this is actually our proper first, and that's the thing. Not even really that good a proper look at the gameplay. Oh, sure,
Human intelligence. Human intelligence. There you go, Dwebs. The Xbox One's biggest feature is that it has human intelligence.
I think this is the EA engine in particular, right? It's Ignite engine, is that it?
Yeah, it's Ignite. It's just that they show the words human intelligence with no context, like with no reference to anything, so it's just so ridiculous.
Something that wasn't present at Microsoft when they made this.
Look, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Even at this point, you pretty much knew what you were going to get with an EA Sports game. Having this be the big first game that is ever truly talked about, well, actually, technically games, since they're talking about 4 EA Sports games, but...
There you go, Dibs. The Xbox version of FIFA 14 gives you true player motion, as they put it.
Yeah.
Just one final point about the TV thing. Here's the other thing, by the way. Here's the thing that they didn't tell you in this conference, by the way. It's not like your Xbox One is replacing your cable box or anything. No, you have to connect it to your cable box to use it. So the Xbox One is not replacing anything. It's just a peripheral on top of another peripheral.
It's kind of funny that the Wii U also had a TV mode.
So it's like this entire concept of this thing is dumb. It's even just a matter of execution. The very idea is dumb.
Like Marco said,
it's stupid.
It's like Marco said, they essentially struck a deal with a cable company because they wanted Microsoft to be the leading TV channel across the world, the one that would be able to provide this and that. How much? And to what extent, you may ask? To the point where they were literally going to try and make a partial TV series out of one of their games. No, not the Halo one. The one for Quantum Break.
True player emotion. What does that even mean?
Actually, yeah, hey Pedro, remember when Quantum Break... Hey Pedro, remember when Quantum Break was going to be the first ever hybrid between video game and Xbox TV show?
Well, we haven't gotten to that point yet. Let's wait before we go into
awareness, anticipation, and context. This advanced processing
power
living world.
Oh my god, Andrew, please leave.
By the way, translation will still be using the godforsaken Frostbite engine, which will eventually end up being a detriment to our games more than anything. We look forward to you making your next inevitable purchase.
And then our games will keep going down in quality until we lose the license.
Pretty much.
Human intelligence. Seriously, they keep bringing up those two quotes, like true player emotion and human intelligence right there in the background.
Again, this is what Microsoft thought would be a great first showcasing for the game, and we still haven't even seen the game proper being played.
Yep. Hey Debs, did you know that in your FIFA 14 you're going to be able to watch live action footage of football? That way you don't even have to play the game.
What's Sky Sports?
What are you talking about, Dibs? Xbox TV will be the channel for you.
Oh, FIFA 14 Ultimate Team. There you go, the Ultimate Team.
Oh god. And only on Xbox, supposedly. Yeah, no. That ended up getting walked back.
Xbox, boot Andrew Wilson off the stage. Thank you.
Can't work miracles.
I just asked, can we actually see the game being played? And the answer is no.
No.
Have a cutscene.
You'll get CGI.
Yeah, you can tell this is CGI.
We have not seen a single game played on this damn thing, and we are past the halfway point. And you know what?
God, we really don't. We really don't get to see any game being played there.
Okay, look, again, and before anyone says, well, in the 2011 conference we didn't see the Wii U being played, yeah, but the Wii U was only for, like, at most, like, 20-something minutes, and that was an introduction overall here. This is an entire conference dedicated to the blasted console. And we have nothing of note so far.
Epic slow-mo.
It's to see the true player emotion.
Exactly, the true. There you go, dudes. That's true. That's true player emotion right there. What do you think?
I want true player emotion. Again, I just watched an actual football match.
Hey,
Oh,
Phil.
Phil.
All right. Let's now. There you go. You wanted games. All right. Phil's gonna deliver the games.
Phil and his true. Wait, is I using 2 watches? What is that on the?
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. I never understood that. Why is he wearing 2 watches?
This is a commitment unlike any previous generation. I believe the groundbreaking technology at the heart of Xbox One will broaden the landscape and canvas for the storyteller and enhance the experience for the gamer, making games more immersive, more personal, and more connected than ever before. As the head of Microsoft Studios, I oversee the work of talented creative teams around the globe. These teams are hard at work right now using all the power of Xbox One to build original content and break new ground in game creation and gameplay.
You know, it's really hilarious how after Xbox One got clowned on, Don just quit.
Oh, we'll get to that.
I know that this is completely pointless, stupid shit that I'm pointing out, but compared to this conference, to how, you know, more recent conferences in recent years, they all put on weight since this time. Like,
maybe it's the stress of the job, I wonder.
Being a CEO is stressful.
I guess.
Forza Motorsport 5 running on Xbox One.
The first gameplay.
So yeah, well, sorry Marco, we can only just show you it running on here. Like, I mean,
that's the thing. They don't actually show proper gameplay. They just show, and yes, what you're seeing is in-game technically, but you're not actually watching gameplay. You're watching essentially a cutscene, basically.
Yeah, like you wish gameplay could actually be this cinematic, but no. And again, look, you have some more levity at your own conference, yes, but you're still a games console. If you're not showing someone actually playing the console, why should people get hyped?
That reminds me, Dweb, since you have Game Pass, have you tried playing any of the Forza games? Since you're into car simulators?
Yeah.
I think you'd like Forza. It's a good enough answer to Gran Turismo.
I like the Horizon series a lot.
I'm alright with the games I have at the minute. Besides, I don't have that expansion card thingy yet.
Like Jova said, yeah, this is basically just a cutscene. It's an in-game cutscene. To be fair, it's not CGI, but
it's a game, at least.
It's a game, yeah, but can we actually see it being played, Phil? I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Pedro, all games are CGI.
What was that?
Yeah, what accent was that?
Will be available at launch.
Nerd.
And we can't wait to show you more at E3.
Right.
For many of us, the thrill of gaming is defined
All right, hold
by
on.
those
I
first
think it's
ever
now.
game experiences. The first time you earned an achievement. The first time you took your Xbox to a friend's house.
When I was playing games, achievements weren't a thing.
Your car in Forza and traded it online. I've seen how developers
Achievements give replayability.
I also mostly play the Switch, which doesn't have any anyway.
They do have some answers for it, but they're mainly in-game stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you already have them on your game, so why not just let them be there?
Alright, come on. I think it's now.
Let me share a glimpse of the future of gaming from a studio that invented the hallmark game
Ah, yes, the future of gaming,
and
quote.
garnered numerous Game of the Year awards with Max Payne and Alan Wake. Remedy are world.
Oh, there you go. Here's Remedy.
Oh boy, I think
All right,
it's
now,
coming.
all right, Joe, but now you can ask me that question. Go ahead.
So Pedro, what if we made a video game hybrid with a TV series? It would truly be the greatest innovation ever for entertainment, wouldn't it?
The actions you take,
Yeah.
the choices you
Okay,
make,
for context, for those who don't know, Remedy are the developers of the first two Max Payne games, and their most beloved game is Alan Wake for the Xbox 360. However, since when they pitched Alan Wake to Microsoft, Microsoft said, "Nah, turn it into a new IP instead." And that's how we got Quantum Break. And by the way, this is not in the final game, by the way. So I don't know where the hell this action footage is from.
My guess is like, well, this is back from where, you know, they were actually planning to make a full-fledged TV series that would coincide with the game and whatnot on the Xbox TV app. But, you know, when that got axed, they probably had to cut away a lot of the footage that wouldn't fit in with the game stuff. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at is the first ever debut footage of Quantum Break.
The game sucks.
If you've been on our channel, you will probably have seen our playthrough of it, and holy cow, what a wasted bout of development. What a wasted idea of crossing over stuff here.
I have never played a Remedy game. I've never played a Remedy game that is so boring.
I even played a little bit of it after the playthrough when I got my Series S.
And how'd you like it?
I've played better.
Like, it says something that the most reasonable bouts of note were actually the TV episodes, if I recall correctly.
No, the way it's designed doesn't even make much sense. It's literally a cover-based shooter without a cover system. I just don't... What? Like, that's like making a platformer without platforms. Like, just like... What the fuck are you doing?
Well, but that's Knight. Knight is a platformer without platforms.
Oh? Wait, hold on. 15 exclusives! Remember this one, Pedro?
Yes, this is another big problem with the Xbox One generation. Overblown promises. He promises 15 exclusives, 8 of them are new IP. Here's the problem she wrote. Most of them either got cancelled or ended up being terrible.
Hey, remember Scalebound? That one
They didn't
still
show
hurts.
us any of them.
Don't you even mention that, Jova. To this day, I am still bitter about Scalebound, and no, I will not get over it.
What was the best?
Now that's understandable.
Xbox Entertainment Studios.
I will not say anything in that.
When I buy
no comment.
Hey, Nancy.
What was the best exclusive?
During my years at
Slides in this compass comes from her.
Let's listen.
Some of the best creative talent in entertainment. Among our many achievements was the CSI franchise and Survivor. Television shows that offer innovation is and betting on the power of invention. Today we stand at the threshold of another great era of groundbreaking television. Xbox is expanding the canvas and conceiving a whole new art form for the creator, for the viewer, for the community, and the industry. Until now, the television viewing experience has been a one-way street for the viewer. But now that's about to change. TV on Xbox
How many times has she said TV in the last minute?
You to virtually jump into the action whenever you desire. For the
I think it's at the very end that she says
TV will be truly personalized to your tastes and your needs, providing recommendations with amazing precision. And only on Xbox will TV become social in ways unknown to us today, driven and shaped by the community of tens of millions on Xbox Live. Xbox is about to become the next water cooler. And this is only Act 1.
What?
At this
Is that the best thing to be saying?
Teams in Los Angeles, Seattle, Vancouver, and London are using
Sure, it's not just a paperweight, it's also a water cooler.
comedies,
They
It's
just...
an all-in-one system.
It's an all-in-one system, Shiroi. It works as a paperweight, it works as a water cooler, it works as a VCR.
I
There you go.
swear.
It's all in one.
I swear, everything that could go wrong just went so bloody wrong with this Xbox One.
This is like I'm watching a comedy of errors.
It really is.
And head of 343 Industries,
And we lead right into 343 Industries with Bonnie Ross.
Okay. Let me first get the obligatory disclaimer out of the way. I'm sure she's a nice lady in real life. That's fine. That doesn't mean I have to like her.
Or what she's done to the series. Granted, it was a team effort. But man, Halo has never been the same, and not in a good way, ever since 343 came aboard.
Basically, you know how Halo is Xbox's equivalent of Mario?
We put a lot of thought into how we want to evolve storytelling on Xbox One.
I'm taking that as a yes. Basically, meet the woman who ruined it.
Mario?
No, Halo.
Guys, I told Pedro about what happened in this Halo TV show, and it convinced him to finally check out the games.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, it's Last Airbender all over again.
I guess that's my thing, Jova. But here's the basically she's about to announce a partnership to make a Halo TV show. For the record, this show came out in 2022.
So it's perfect that we're doing this conference now. Don't you see, Pedro? It's perfect that we're looking at this conference now because finally the show that it was advertising finally came out. And okay, here's something I have to address. Yes, when the show was first announced, this was supposedly going to be a big project by Steven Spielberg. But with the actual show that's come out, he is barely credited for the actual show. He is not one of the showrunners. He's not even one of the show writers. He's at best an executive, a producer. And as far as I've heard, there was not that much input from him on the show that was made. So, like,
more compelling.
I'm gonna guess something development.
If I was me, I would actually take my name out of the credits.
It's because it's clear that he was there to be a name on the project to get people's attention.
Basically, the Halo series had some anticipation following this year, until it kind of just vanished off of the face of the earth.
Thank you.
But then it actually did
fair,
come back.
It's not even the same show, right?
But guys,
the show that they announced here is not even the one that came to fruition.
So guys, let me just point something out. So Halo, the Mario of Xbox, does not have its new game being showcased, but instead an announcement of a television series.
I'd like to, speaking of Halo, I'd like to bring something up as well. This was before Halo 5 and later the TV show. Guess what? After Halo 5, Bonnie Ross basically stopped showing up in Xbox conferences / events. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. So,
oh, guys, game changing. That's something game related, right?
That's not the word game, is it?
But transform the sport itself.
Oh my god.
It's game changing. It's game changing, guys.
More sports. Let's go.
NFL.
NFL.
Trying to make our game more exciting, to make the experience better for our fans.
Can we actually see the game being played?
Well, hey, this conference is very stop and start. It's just like the NFL.
But hey, you know what is...
Over the last 30 years has
Instead, let's have a little interview between Don Mattrick and Roger Goodell. No, I'm not kidding. They literally stopped the conference right now just so Don Mattrick can go, look guys, I'm good enough to have an interview with Roger Goodell.
You know, honestly, Jova, from what I've heard of both individuals, that kind of sounds like you're watching a interview between Satan and his disciple.
I know.
God, this is still going. Anyway, you know, Dwebs, this is so boring that I don't think even Soken would be able to make this exciting.
So, you know, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Let's just do a recap. we have not seen a single game being played. We've seen footage of a few games, but we have not seen them play a game at this game's console conference.
Hell, even in the PS4 reveal, because the fun fact, the PS4 also had its own reveal conference before E3 as well. It actually came before the Xbox One, this one that we're watching right now. And even in that one, even though the entire purpose of that conference was just to talk about the system itself, that they even mentioned very clearly in the press text and everything. So it's not like they made it clear that it wasn't going to be focused on the game specifically because they were saving them for E3. But even then, Mark Cerny showed up on stage and showed knack. Yes, the game is crap, but at least it was an actual game being played.
Mascot platformer and all that, which, to be fair, a lot of people have been asking for, so...
Except that's not the mascot platformer that people wanted.
Well, yeah, obviously. Oh my god!
To be fair, Marco, the one people wanted certainly didn't have in control.
Yeah.
Well, Sony has
let's see what
three
Mr. Mattrick has to say
in control,
now.
and they didn't do anything with them. And, well, at least not at
Ratchet
long.
and Clank.
Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper, Jack and Dexter.
Well, remember, Marco, this was the year that Sly 4 came out. Yeah, Sly 4 was,
Just one more reason Xbox One is a must
yeah, but
it
was a mascot platform.
Guys, this is the reason that the Xbox One is a must-have system for your living room. It's not like you have a TV and cable for that.
The all-in-one system for every living room. The one system you're going to use.
Xbox is about to become.
That's why it's not good in the US.
TV and entertainment come alive.
Hey, Jova, question.
Yes.
Now that we don't, I have a dilemma. Now that the Xbox One has been retired, what can I use as a water cooler?
Oh, I hear that you can use the Xbox Series X as a literal fridge now.
We've welcomed Steven Spielberg
Oh, good. I guess it works.
to the Halo universe with the Halo TV series and celebrated an historic partnership.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to actually suggest to people, do not do a drinking game with every time they say TV.
Oh god,
no.
You'd be dead. And look at that! That's not even a proper release date! It's just later this year! No,
But you can
don't!
try doing a drinking game every time they mention games.
To be fair, they were saving the release date reveal for the E3.
I mean, it's just like, why not just say we'll be revealing it at E3 instead of just saying, oh, we'll be releasing it later this year, which is kind of something that was awkward in hindsight given what ended up happening, but... Oh... Yeah, honestly, I could pretty much just sum up as, and then it got worse with this console.
Do we talk about the release, the actual release of the console, which it only released like in America in the day, and it was dropped throughout the year? I mean, we only received the year after.
There's a good reason for that, Marco, because they had to change up the damn system.
Oh, clearly it was because of TV.
You know what's funny, Marco? My brother works at a FNAC, and he tells me about.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta talk about this. Here was the big problem. You can say that they were ahead of the curve, but here's what they were trying to do. Trying to make it seem like having downloadable stuff instead of actual physical media would do well.
We have Eric Hirschberg from Activision, and he's going to show us, surprise, surprise, Call of Duty.
Yes, I kid you not, this is what we're closing out on. Call of Duty. Again, a multi-platform game.
You wanted a game?
I think everyone was expecting us to.
I am just shocked that they literally did not even have Halo game footage ready. Again, now, to be fair, the E3 conference does try to address this stuff.
So that our developers could create an
that's exactly
Master Chief Collection?
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Marco. The fact that there is no Halo game footage for, again, the reveal of the damn console. It's like, it is literally like yeah.
To be fair, Halo 4 had just come out the last year, so it's a bit too early to show Halo 5. You know.
with Call of Duty.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
next
the what released that year was Master Chief Collection, right?
No, the Master Chief Collection came out in 2014. So at the, Halo 4 came out in 2012, the year before this. So at this point, okay, I guess you can say maybe they could have shown the Master Chief Collection. They were going to show the Master Chief Collection at E3, if I remember correctly. So I guess you can argue maybe they could have showed it here, maybe after the Halo TV series reveal, maybe. I guess that's
maybe they could have just announced.
Okay. Now, while Call of Duty did sell a lot back in the day, it's not selling as well as it did nowadays because, surprise, surprise, its lack of quality has been catching up with it. But even back then, by 2013, Call of Duty was starting to become a meme. Not necessarily meme-worthy to the point where, say, it was hurting the brand, but I'm gonna be honest, this was not a good thing to end, Stefan.
I love this one. Two things. One, we've hired this Academy Award-winning writer for Traffic in Syriana. I haven't even seen these movies. Dude, have you seen these movies? Traffic in Syriana?
No.
Exactly.
I have not.
Also, Jova, get ready. We're about to get that line from this bit. Get this right, because they're about to try their fucking hardest to sell on this game and by using the most ridiculous of lines to do it, as you're about to see.
Is this Ghost?
Yeah, Call of Duty Ghosts. Call of Duty Ghosts.
Yes, it is the one with the infamous Doge meme.
And the dog.
Yep, they motion captured a dog.
And that's okay. I prefer Diamond Dog from Phantom Pain.
Next gen engine.
Oh, I think I remember what it is.
This is all nice and well, but how about actually playing the game? Please?
We have a new big innovation for this game that no other game has done before. Oh, there you go, Jova. You just saw like a couple of seconds of the game being played. There you go.
Was that, or was that just set-in footage?
Right there.
Yeah, okay. To be fair, it is being played. But we don't see how it supposedly goes in proper with the Xbox One, Kinect and all.
Yeah, I think it's... yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, he fished the move.
There you guys go. According to them, realistic fishing swimming AI. Hey, Infinity Ward, newsflash. Mario 64 did that.
I know, right? Like, why are you acting like this is some
seriously.
amazing thing when the Nintendo 64 had already been doing this?
All right, Wibbs, I got this new. I've got this brand new. Let's say.
Oh, Pedro, hey Pedro, remember when they tried to act like multiplayer was a weird and new concept?
Yeah. Hey, look at this. I brought you this. I bring you this new Pokemon game. When you go in grass, battles happen.
Hey, Pedro, have you played an RPG in the last 30 years? Go home.
I mean, this is just amazing how tone deaf this entire conference is. Microsoft already had a bit of an iffy connection with their fans, so they needed to do everything in their power to maintain that connection. And yet, this is what they have to show the loyal fans and consumers. Mind you, even the loyal Kinect buyers have pretty much jack squat to work with, because again, no games.
Look at this, Joe. It's a 27, the new big innovation. You can fast forward for bits you've already seen.
Wait, couldn't I do that ever since the first game?
This will be the most beautiful Call of Duty game we've ever made. It will also be the most character-driven and emotionally engaging Call of Duty game we've ever
okay.
made.
Here's the innovation. We have a dialogue backlog that you can check at all times.
Not just for this franchise, but also for console gaming. To show you what I mean, we've put together a little comparison video.
How about an actual playtest demo or something instead of a comparison video? Because, hey, you know what? Newsflash, comparison videos can be very well influenced by the creators of those videos. In fact, they have been at these conferences when they've revealed to have been shams.
Let's take a look.
The comparison video between this console reveal and the reveal of the 360.
Yeah. Hey, check out this new innovative entry in everybody's golf. When you hit the ball, it flies.
Yes, very good. Next you'll be telling me you made a football game where every time a player runs, grass gets flat.
Oh crap! I never thought of that. I'll put that in the next FIFA game.
Hey, sure, doggo.
Our new dog model is taken from
high-resolution
scans of an actual
is not impressed by the dog.
Aren't you endeared by the dogs, guys? Look at
how much do you want to bet the dog dies at the end of the story?
I think the dog dies at the end of the story.
Oh, he does? Oh, do you know the story of Call of Duty Ghosts?
Doesn't it?
I don't know. I never saw it. Like,
there is a website where you can look up that kind of thing.
Dog dying? I don't want to watch that.
No, like content warnings, and it's literally called "Does the dog die?"
Hey, Shira, guess what? While you were, we discovered why the Xbox One is an all-in-one system. According to that lady, Nancy Tellum, Xbox is about to become the new your new water cooler. So there you go. It's easier. It works as a paperweight, and it also works as a water cooler. See, it's all in one.
Okay.
My fridge has a
the dog does not die.
I'm good.
The dog does not die. Sorry.
Oh boy.
Sorry.
Did I mention that it watches TV?
Did it mention it watches you?
Yeah, sure. Your Kinect watches you while you're doing things.
It sees you when you're sleeping. It knows when you're awake. It knows when you've been using used games, so you better pay up the DRM for good sake.
This is the new generation of Call of Duty.
And for the record, everybody, even Paranormal Activity 4 used the Kinect as one of its things. Like, I'm not kidding. Like,
I remember telling my mother about the Kinect watches you thing, and she said, "I'll just sit in the living room with my middle finger up."
Okay, Pedro, question. What's a dumber use of a game console in a movie's plot? That one you just mentioned, the teleporter in Fan 4 Stick being powered by N64s, or the technology to transfer consciousness from one being to another being powered by PS4s.
Here's the thing. I can't speak for the PS4 thing because I haven't looked into it from Chappie, you know. But to be fair to Ibs, the person of interest thing with PS3, that actually is a thing. You can look it up. So that actually was indeed based on an actual real thing. So, no, even better, Shiroi. Even better, Shiroi. You know, like you can just moon the Kinect, and it was like, hey, Microsoft, watch this.
Like, no, it did become revealed. The Kinect always had to be on. So here's how the online factor would work. If the Kinect was not on for, say, an hour or so, you would not be able to do gaming. That's right. All the gaming was tied to if your Kinect was on and recording you. So, but guys, it's not all bad, because even if you couldn't do the gaming, you could still use Xbox Live and all the TV and DVD functions, even if the gaming was rendered inert.
Oh, thank God. Oh. For a moment there, you were worrying me for a bit there, Jova. But, yeah, but speaking on a more serious note about that thing. Okay, here's the thing. If there's too many people on the living room, it turns off because they don't want you sharing your Netflix with your friends and shit like that. So yeah, let's just hope you don't have a big family. You know, what about people who have a lot of people living in their house?
Like, Kinect in general, for as good as it could get, it had a lot of fundamental flaws that was gonna see to it that it was never going to be a proper replacement for something as simple as a controller in your hand.
They deserve to be clowned on for all of this.
Sure. At least since how many people do you live with you in your house? Like only two totals, right? Like so you're fine. But Dwebs, what about you? How many people over there in your house in total with you?
From me, 3 others.
Oh, so 4. What was the? Did they ever give an actual number of maximum people, Jova?
I don't recall an actual maximum number, but regardless, though, like, I mean, this is bad. This is just bad. Like, and I assure you guys, yes, this all happened. This was not some parody, some re-edited video. No. This is how it was and how it was showcased. We had.
But you can watch NBA with it.
Ooh.
Of course.
So, wow, guys.
By the way, speaking of the whole TV thing, by the way,
yes.
Here's a fun fact, everybody. Go check Video Games Awesome's coverage of the Xbox One from all the way back in 2013, where they covered it on launch day. And guess what? They're Canadians. The Xbox One doesn't work with Canadian TV.
Which is funny because you know what? Guess what nationality Don Mattrick is?
Canadian.
Yeah. But
so basically, Joe, if you go check their live coverage and testing of all the features of the console, Jova, they try to watch TV in it, but it only shows like one frame, like it's a freeze frame.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, the Kinect, at least the 361, the voice commands didn't even work here. Because if you had the system for another country, like if you have the system for Portugal, it didn't recognize the voice commands because it's in English.
Yeah, you have to speak English. Yeah, that's another
thing. No, but
Java.
I don't even think you can activate them by speaking English. I think they were deactivated. Period.
Well,
are they?
Yeah,
well, they were deactivated for good reason. However, mind you, as I mentioned, when people were watching this using their actual Xbox 360s with Kinect, the response worked so well that whenever the people said Xbox on or Xbox off, it terminated the stream for people watching it because their Xboxes overheard it and responded as such.
Xbox, stop sucking.
Well, they did the exact opposite of that. Yeah, as was kind of revealed by this. Well, okay, it wasn't outright revealed, but it was more or less hinted at and would eventually just be admitted by Microsoft that, yes, it did need to be always online. Yikes.
Well, that works too, but I was more making a joke about the Xbox command stuff that you do with the Kinect. But here I'll rephrase it. Okay. Xbox, stop being a piece of crap. I'm sorry, Pedro. I'm afraid I can't let you do that.
Let me speak Welsh at it and watch it explode.
Yeah. S4C did have a streaming service at this time, so maybe you could get it to work.
It's also fun. While I'm talking about the Video Games Awesome thing, they also tested out using the Bing feature, and they compared directly with Siri. So they're all like Xbox Bing, what was it? Oh yeah, Xbox Bing, Star Wars, and and it doesn't properly search things because that's what originally on the Xbox One, Bing only searches the store, not the internet itself. Whereas with Siri, all Fraser has to do is go, man, Siri, I could really go for a beer, and then Siri's all like, I found 15 bars, 3 of them are near you. So. So yeah, don't get an Xbox One, get a Siri instead.
To be fair, they did improve a little bit with Cortana. A little bit.
Alright, so that was the Xbox One reveal. Are we gonna save our final thoughts for later when we're done with all of this shit, or...?
Well, what do you guys think of the Xbox One so far based off of this thing?
Well, here's my basic thoughts. Okay, so let me get this straight. The TV, the Kinect watches my every move. Mm-hmm. Okay, aside from me mooning the people at Microsoft, I can moon at the people at Microsoft. That's fun. But outside of that, no. Also, no games. Also, I can't lend my fucking games. So, you see, shit, right? You don't actually, when you buy a game on the Xbox One, you don't actually own the game. Don't think you actually own this thing that you just paid for. Okay? No, the publisher still owns it. And you can lend it, or you can even resell it, but only if the publisher is okay with it. Because basically the way it was going to work...
And it would have to be also at select stores as well, based off of what the producer wanted.
So, my thoughts on this is... Okay, for those who don't... Okay, I'm going to... For those who don't know, there's a Bugs Bunny short that I always love referencing when it comes to this console. Where basically, to make a long story short, a mad scientist asks Bugs Bunny to be in a relationship with his evil monster, and he's like, and then Bugs Bunny hears the big monster noise and everything. He's like, "Your friend?" Yes, and then he's like, well, goodbye. Yeah. And then there's this fun montage of Bugs Bunny packing his suitcase, and don't think it hasn't been a slice of heaven. Because it hasn't. So that's basically my entire thought. And don't think this hasn't been a slice of heaven, Xbox. Because it wasn't. Yeah. And then I just leave. That's basically my entire thing. No, thank you. I don't want anything to do with you. Goodbye.
It would only get quote-unquote better from here. But as for the other guys here, what did you think so far of the reveal of Xbox One?
What a joke.
I'm not laughing.
Well, it was certainly one piece of shit.
Yeah. There you go. Dweebs pretty much just came out right with there because
a big piece of rectangular shit.
That was more or less.
That one must have hurt.
That was more or less the sentiment towards the Xbox One here, and it would only get worse as once again fears were confirmed. But you know what? At least they would have E3 of 2013. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Yeah, and then the day before Microsoft E3 of 2013, it happened. The Edward Snowden leak. Now, who's Edward Snowden? Look it up. What you need to know is that
Snowden's a mountain in Wales, so...
Basically, this guy named Edward Snowden sort of came clean about this little system that the government was using to spy on people called PRISM, essentially. This is a project that Microsoft had ties to, though that wouldn't be figured out years later. Why do I bring this up? As you may recall, one of people's big fears was being spied on by Microsoft using the Kinect. Now, Microsoft assured that they wouldn't be spying on people, gathering all their information, even though they very well could have been doing that. But the scare provided by this leak of what was going on with the government was the perfect storm to absolutely tear into the sails of hope for Microsoft. Again, I kid you not, literally the day before their E3 came about.
Yep.
I tell you, this story is literally one of those cases where everything that can go wrong goes wrong. And mind you, Microsoft are widely to blame for that because, instead of trying to, calm things down, maybe just apologize and backpedal on the Xbox One, they did the exact opposite. Like, okay, you know how people were starting to get annoyed at them constantly apologizing, during overall the 8th gen? They were the exact opposite here. No. They weren't just confident. They were borderline smug about how they were certain that this is going to be the future of gaming. Despite how little by little the community was truly growing against them. But what would be really the things to put the final nail in the original Xbox One's console? Well, two things. One, this E3. It's not a bad E3, but as for, salvaging the Xbox One's reputation, it failed. And
here's the thing about their E3 2013. They did do what they said they were going to do. They did show quite a few games. Here's the problem. the elephant in the room stood there on stage, completely ignored, and Microsoft did not address the elephant at all.
And what happened after that? Well, a little interview between Don Mattrick and Jeff Keighley. Let me put it like this. Don Mattrick probably became the best damn salesman for Sony that day. And you'll see why. Now let us
On
go...
that note, thank you for helping out the Wii U.
Yes. Oh, yes. Was gonna bring that up during the E3, but yes. You want to know what was the end result?
That is essentially my final thoughts, by the way, for the last hour.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. Not only did this help PS4 pre-orders, it actually helped skyrocket sales of the Wii U. Not just across the globe, but especially in the UK of all places. The UK was like one of the other places that Microsoft actually had a good foothold in. This reveal got the Wii U sales to surge over there by almost 400%.
So here's what Jack Tretton, who at the time was the president of Sony Interactive Entertainment, here's what Jack Tretton was probably doing after this conference was over back in 2013. He was probably sitting in his chair with his legs on his desk, with a cigar in his mouth, going ha 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 ha.
Now, okay. Now to be fair, we're spending enough time as it is, so we'll save Sony's contributions on it for a different E3 session. What you do need to know is that Sony did smell blood in the water. And it's funny you mentioned Jack Tretton because he had his own little speech about how the PS4 was going to be for true gamers. And now, if you're really not into it for the gaming, then can you really call yourself a gamer along those lines?
But that's the thing, Jova. This is literally the equivalent. Microsoft literally put up a clown suit, painted a target over their face, and gave Microsoft a pie.
Look, look, guys, I really do mean it. That Xbox reveal is one of the worst conferences I've ever seen that is supposedly trying to sell its own thing. That thing sold more Wii U's and PS4s than arguably even the actual Wii U and PS4 respective conferences did. And it only got worse. So without further ado, let's sit back, relax, and watch where it starts to really fall apart with the actual entire Microsoft press conference at E3
to fall apart, you would actually have to have something. They had nothing to fall apart. It was destroyed from the beginning.
They're putting bandages on a broken bridge.
It's funny you mentioned bandages on a broken bridge, given what the first game shown at this conference is. But is everyone ready on the video?
Yeah, it's like trying to help out a nuked village by handing out aspirins. It's just like.
all right. The ever iconic green.
An hour and a half of corporate embarrassment.
Yes, we will.
That's the thing, Shiroi. Okay. The sad part, Shiroi, is that if you divorce yourself from all context and just watch this on its own without thinking about the outside factors, they do have a reasonably good demonstration of games over in this conference. The sad part is that, again, the context was there, and the elephant is there in the room, standing in plain sight, and yet Don Mattrick completely ignores it throughout the entire conference.
And this
the whole reason we're looking back at all these is because of the context.
And mind you, guys, this is to say nothing about Sony's own E3 of 2013.
Yeah.
But that's getting its own video, so later.
Yes, Marco?
And
I was asking if the elephant was a car.
Alright, here you go. And then we open up with the gameplay reveal of Phantom Pain.
Well, at least they started off with a bang.
No, that's the thing. And again, I'm going to also get this out of the way right now. Say what you want about the plot of Phantom Pain. The game itself, man. The game itself is so unbelievably fun that it's just it's such a fantastic open world stealth sandbox. Basically, sure, this was the last Metal Gear made by Kojima before he left Konami. Basically, Shiroi, you know how we've been going through Metal Gear Solid on the PS1? This is Metal Gear gameplay taken to the next level, Shiroi. Open world stealth action where you can literally, where you have to take an extra level of caution to make sure you're not spotted by anybody from any place you might see. However, it's okay because the game gives you every possible tool you could possibly need. And here's the great thing, unlike the previous Metal Gear games, you don't have to complete the mission the way the game tells you to. If you know what you're doing, you can complete this game, each of the game's missions in various, like 50 different ways. And yes, MGS goes open world, so we're gonna skip through it a bit. Okay, so here's how Phantom Pain. Oh, there you go. See, for example, you can hide yourself for the side of the horse so that nobody sees you.
Is this the game with the cardboard box with anime girls on it?
Yes, yes.
That is stealth if ever I've seen it.
Oh no! No! Trust me. Kojima's brand of humor is still very present in this game. I assure you.
Again, you know what's the sad thing? Honestly, yes, well, we will be seeing some good games here. The problem is really just that, well, okay, it's kind of about similar to the issue with the Wii U 2012 E3, only ramped up by like 100. Because, at least that one still, Nintendo still had goodwill overall going for them. Microsoft, let me put it like this. If the Xbox reveal was Microsoft burning the bridges, then this is them
Hold on, Joe, let me just... there are multiple ways you can infiltrate one of the many military camps. You can hide yourself in a truck that's sending things to it. And then, of course, you can go through it from behind. And by the way, smoking a cigar in this game, Shiroi, speeds up time.
Sure.
There you go. Again, keeping up with the running gag of Metal Gear. Smoking does always something different in every game. So, yeah. And again, it's also recommended to try it at nighttime, because at nighttime it's much easier to stay hidden, obviously.
And yes, that was legit a thing where you could wait until nighttime to pull off a mission.
Yeah, because the game has a day and night cycle as well. Again, and guess what, Shiroi? Unlike the previous Metal Gear games, the soldiers have a very cleverly put together AI. Basically, Shiroi, if you start using headshots with your silencer gun, the soldiers will start wearing helmets to protect themselves next time. So the game actually will, so you can't just beat the game by using the same tactics over and over, because the game will adapt to your tactics, forcing the player to think things through every single time you play.
Also, yeah, was this when they were still having David Hayter voice him during the...
No, this is Kiefer Sutherland. But, okay, it's okay. I don't want to go into the Kiefer Sutherland thing right now, Joe, because that's
look who it is, guys. It is...
And guess what, Shiroi? This is Master Miller, the guy who also in Metal Gear Solid 1. But anyway,
and yes, there's Quiet.
There's Quiet, but by the way, the actress who plays Quiet also sings her song.
Oh God, this guy.
Hey, Liquid. But anyway, here's the thing. As well. Here's the thing about Kiefer. That's the thing, Jova. Okay, I'm not going to go into a rant about this because it's not the time. I'll just say this, Jova. And this is something that, trust me, a lot of Metal Gear fans get on my case for this. Trust me. I was actually never really a fan of getting Snake to voice Big Boss as well, because he's a different character. I always felt like he should have had his own voice actor compared to Solid's. But again, not the time. Yeah. And yeah, Yoshi Shinkawa once again as the art director, and Sasaki. Okay, but yeah, now it's mostly just cutscenes that they're showing. But yeah, and yeah, by the way, I love the song that's playing right now. It's called "The Sins of the Father." So, and yeah, you can also save people again. Just bringing back the features from Peace Walker. Bringing back the features from Peace Walker, you can also save people and have them join your base. Basically.
It's always interesting looking at an E3 where, in an alternate universe, where not so much the conference itself, but everything surrounding it was changed, this actually would have been a pretty great E3.
Mm-hmm.
How do I put it? What's a good comparison I can think of? Imagine if, per se, every single release you wanted was a thing, but there was a caveat to it. This is more or less that.
Sorry.
Go on.
Sorry. Have you seen the cardboard box shenanigans video that I sent you the other day?
Is that the one where you can take out you-know-who with a cardboard box?
No, not the boss thing. Okay, I'll say it now. Basically, Shiroi, if you try to put yourself inside a cardboard box and start moving around, and while you're in the line of sight of a soldier, the soldier will control. I just saw a cardboard box moving. and you can basically just play around and experiment and see how the soldier reacts. and everything. No, seriously. Seriously. Say what you want about the plot. The actual gameplay is amazing.
And
like,
look,
so
guys,
much fun
Don Mattrick
experimenting.
and Hideo Kojima side by side.
The one time it happened. All right.
Guess what? You can also play this on your PS4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we knew that at the time.
No, we knew, Jova. We knew.
You know, it's weird how Hideo Kojima's now grown a lot more facial hair now. It's always interesting looking back to when he was cleanly shaven.
Which is interesting because much like Sakurai, he also seems like he doesn't age.
Yeah.
This is an exciting day for our team.
What do are these Japanese people actually vampires?
Sakurai actually looks like he gets younger, honestly, with the years.
They're clearly injecting coffee straight into their eyes.
Okay, maybe in that. Okay,
Something Hino hasn't discovered yet.
I guess Hino can't afford coffee. I don't know. But
oh wait, okay,
anyway.
Listen to this.
Before we move exclusively to Xbox One, let's see what's coming to Xbox 360. Please welcome Yusuf Mehdi.
Oh hey, Yusuf again. But this time it's actually to talk about what's coming to Xbox 360.
Oh God, you.
You don't like this guy, do you?
No, I don't. Shiroi. Every time this guy shows up, it's a talk about TV.
I mean, that's fair.
Maybe now he'll actually talk about a game for the 360.
Holy shit.
Wait.
Oh yeah, let's talk about the console that you guys actually do like.
They announced a new design, right?
Basically a 360 to take after the Xbox One design. Yay!
It actually comes with Kinect included as well. Okay, to be fair, Jova, to be fair, like we've said before, because of the Red Ring thing, it was important to get a redesign for the console.
It was. So to be fair, this is all nice and well.
Also, a console redesign every few years is pretty common, so like.
But the 360 already had a redesign.
Yeah, that's the thing. The 360 already kind of had its redesign. Like, that's the thing. This version is specifically just made to make people think of the Xbox One.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, okay. Allow me to explain the context of this thing that he's talking about right now. Shortly before this conference, Sony announced PlayStation Plus free games. Basically, with every month, as long as you subscribe to PlayStation Plus, you get a bunch of free games on your account. So, because that was very popular, Microsoft decided to do the same with Xbox Gold. And in the first time, it's a little free. So,
a game that everyone basically already owns.
Yes, Edgy, what is it?
When did Halo 4 come out?
2012, the year before this.
You know, in hindsight, they probably should have delayed it to make it a cross-platform.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, guys, Grand Theft Auto 5. This is a game you may or may not have heard of.
Oh,
well, obviously,
really?
Probably because it's still being released to this day. But yeah, sure. See, that's the thing. This game was a little. This is actually not a lot of people remember this, but this game came out in 2013.
Oh yeah, I remember. Same year as Pokemon X and Y. Same year as 3D World. I remember vividly.
60 million
millions
players.
in 200. Oh, sorry. Go on.
A global online gaming phenomenon. Emphasis on online, custom built for Xbox 360. It's what is it, Dwibs?
I don't know.
He's burped. It's
is it like oh wait.
It's a tank.
I actually forgot what this is.
Or
It's World of Tanks.
Oh, is it like? Oh, I actually don't know what this is.
Is this World of Tanks?
Oh my god, is this actually World of Tanks?
Apparently, yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, World of
it's a lot.
Tanks, Xbox 360 edition.
Please welcome the CEO of Wargaming, Victor Kisley.
At Wargaming, we create blockbuster games. We have delivered a global hit on the PC.
To be fair, World of Tanks was a big hit, so yeah, this is good.
I saw commercials for this at S, and it did not sell me on it.
It's not for everyone.
No, because it didn't show me any gameplay. It was just.
Oh, you saw one of those trailers.
Yeah.
Xbox 360 and the 48 million member Xbox Live community were
and I think they even showed those commercials on in the Super Bowl. I was like, good job, guys.
Well, the Tanks Xbox 360 edition.
Again, like, this E3 is... Okay, whereas the Xbox One reveal conference is infuriating and bafflingly hilarious, this conference just feels sad in hindsight, because, like I said, in an alternate universe where, you know, circumstances were different, you wouldn't have even really have needed to have changed this conference. It would be a pretty good one, honestly.
All right, so here, let's do a game of roleplay. Okay, Dwibs, you can be Don Mattrick, right? And I'll be the DRM policies incarnate as an elephant, you know? And you're there on stage, you know, hey, Don, talk about me, address me. Come on, Don, address me. Why aren't you addressing me, Don? Why do you always pretend that I don't exist, Don?
Just pretend there's no elephant there.
But I clearly am here. Why doesn't anybody at Xbox ever address me?
You're not here. You're not here.
You'll have to acknowledge him eventually, damn it.
You're not here. My job depends on it.
Hashtag justice for the elephant.
Nobody tell him about his future at the company.
So yeah, since this is pretty much a last gasp for a 360 for this conference,
you know, Dwibs, it's funny you mentioned that. One might think that this was the last gasp, but according to
Curse of the Brotherhood. Max Curse of the Brotherhood. Basically, it's a 2D platformer where your brother disappears and you have to save him.
It's funny you mentioned the whole "this is the last gasp" of 360 thing, because according to the president of Microsoft, according to the head of Xbox himself, supposedly those who didn't like the Xbox One could just buy a 360 instead. So surely they were going to keep those people well tended to if that was really the statement they were going with, because otherwise that would just make him come off as an asshole.
Yeah, where you can play some of the Xbox 360's greatest exclusives, including Bomberman Act Zero.
Well, of course, Joe. Well, of course he's an asshole, Joe. Like I've already established, he left the elephant all there, poor and alone.
Look, I said it before and I'll say it again. He was a guy who commuted to work via a private jet.
Software.
Here we go.
All right.
Is it Dark Souls 2?
Oh wait, is it? Oh god, never mind, nothing to see here.
Hey Pedro, if this is Dark Souls 2, why don't you tell the audience about why you suddenly went from hope of joy to suddenly a groan of disappointment?
I could, but for the sake of not me beating a dead horse, Shiro, Dwibs, what do you guys think of Dark Souls 2 so far from Teo's streams?
I mean, we haven't done many streams of that game, so we haven't seen anything too terrible. But I do know that I've seen streamers drop this game. Quite frequently.
All right. Let me basically go through the bit of it. Dark Souls prides itself on being a hardcore, challenging experience. Obviously, when you do that, you have to make sure your challenge is balanced so that it's always fair, and every time the player loses, it's because of his fault, of his lack of skill, and not because the game is badly designed. Unfortunately, Hidetaka Miyazaki, the big genius of From Software, did not direct this game because he was busy with Bloodborne for the PS4.
Ladies
welcome to the new generation of games.
Dark Souls 2 is the From Software game that From Software fans basically just pretend it doesn't exist.
Hey Phil, we about to hear more about them 15 exclusives?
Hell, even the lore of Dark Souls 2 is not particularly interesting compared to the first one.
Wow, so it's lackluster. Okay, so it pretty much failed both gameplay-wise and story-wise, it sounds like.
Joe Miyazaki wasn't even involved with 2.
Okay, I should. Okay, I should be fair. In this case, Phil Spencer wasn't in charge fully of Xbox at this point.
Oh, trust me.
No,
okay.
No, at this point he was just the head of first party, basically.
And if I recall correctly, he has gone on record to say that, yeah, no, this was all a bad idea. Like, just imagine him saying all this stuff for gritted teeth, essentially.
Yeah. Remember, he's all like, think of the paycheck. Think of the paycheck.
Let me put it like this.
I'm doing this for the games. Let me put it
like this. While some of the higher-ups were with Don Mattrick, most of the people working under Don Mattrick are like, this is a bad idea. We really should not be doing it like this. But... well...
oh, here we are. If I remember correctly, this is the reveal trailer for Rise Son of Rome, I think.
Ah, yes. Rise Son of Rome. It was a video game.
Hey, don't you...
Or as Dweb so lovingly nicknamed it in part 7 of our run, Rise of Complete Bullshit, we were not this savage, I swear. Basically, Shiroi, the thing with Rise Son of Rome, it's about the Britons invading Rome, basically. And the Brits are treated as complete, utter savages. And it got to a point where Dwebs got annoyed. Basically.
Yeah, okay, basically, it's the united passions of video games.
Go on.
Do they show off the original Kinect gameplay with this?
No, I don't think so.
Basically, for those who don't know, Rise Son of Rome was originally supposed to be one of the premier Kinect compatible games for the Xbox One.
So what you're saying, Dej, about the Britons is they're savages. How do the lyrics go, Jova? After savages?
I mainly remember savages. I'll admit I don't often frequent the Pocahontas movie and soundtrack as much as other Disney ones.
Well, okay. Don't get me wrong, that movie's shit, but I will say that the songs themselves, if you just listen to them on their own without the movie...
oh, I don't hate the soundtrack, it's just like, well, Pocahontas...
The visuals are good as well.
Okay,
definitely. I don't think anybody ever denied that the animation of Pocahontas is beautiful, it's just that the story's shit.
A bit.
No, wait, which one?
Pocahontas. Disney's Pocahontas.
Yeah.
It's sad when Americans can get their own history straight.
To be fair, the movie would probably be a bit boring.
More faithful adaptation.
It is. It's a complicated nature. I'll talk about it later. Yeah, basically, here's the basic gist of it. This game, Shira. It was originally going to be a Kinect game. However, somebody in the development team fortunately had some kind of moment of clarity where they decided, no, let's make the Kinect stuff optional. Here's the problem, Shira. By the time they made that decision, it was too late to completely overhaul the game. As a result, the gameplay is super simplistic. Because remember, they had to make the gameplay and the combat super simplistic, and otherwise it wouldn't work with the Kinect, right? Unfortunately, all they did really was replace the Kinect gestures with QTEs. So basically, Shiroi, I'm not even kidding you, Shiroi, every combat with an enemy in this game is the exact same thing. This game is the embodiment of repetitiveness. Like, it's just this. This is the thing that you're watching right now, Shiroi, this is the whole game. Imagine a whole game of just this. Yeah, exactly.
This was not helped by the fact that the story was naff, to say the least.
Put it this way, as much as it annoyed the hell out of me, if the game, without the Brit bashing, this game doesn't have much to it.
No, it does not. This game doesn't really. Remember, Julius, even Teo had trouble with the way they depict the Romans.
Yeah.
Basically, Shiroi, even though these guys are supposed to be Romans, as in Italians, guess what? They have British accents, and they even say lad and shit in other British terms.
Yeah,
and
it's weird. Very, very weird.
Couldn't you get Italian Americans to play the characters? There's plenty of them.
And even still, why did you have them using British terminology?
Because.
Basically, Shiroi, there was going in our playthrough. Stop saying lads! Just like... and even Joel was going, are you Italian or are you British? Make up your mind.
Yeah. So,
it's kind of like without the track.
So, would you say that the Italians were more British than the actual Britons in that game?
That's the thing, Joe, but they all spoke British. That's the thing. Like,
we are all British.
Oh, and by the way, Shiroi, remember Trevor White, the guy who plays Leander in Ni no Kuni 2 and Phoenix in the crossover?
Yeah.
He also plays a Roman senator in this game, and yes, he's also does his British accent here. Like,
oh,
who did the voice? Who was the voice group they got for this game? Let me check.
I don't know.
Was there a particular voice group with this game, or did they just?
Basically, Joe. When you get voice talent for a game, for the most part, you go to a voice production group who get the cast together. In our case, it would mostly be Side UK. Although I can't see. Hang on, let me see the credits. I mean, there are a lot of British actors in it, but I can't see a specific group. I can't. Yeah, basically, mostly around here it's Side UK, and yeah, we do the odd collaboration with the other Side US. Same group, and they most recently did the voice acting for Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga and Triangle Strategy.
Think of this, Shiroi, as Britain killing simulator.
Let me put it like this, Shiroi. Boudica is literally one of the final bosses.
Not just that, they even have her do the stupid cliche of we're not so different, you and I. And like Teo said in our playthrough, you know what, you deserve to die just for saying that.
Like, let me put it like this. This does okay. I'm pretty sure the first time this was revealed, it looks interesting, but looking back at it, even now the gameplay seems a little too repetitive.
This was developed by Crytek, the same guys who made the Crysis trilogy. Apparently this was a passion project from the guy who made it. Problem is, the guy went with all. There you go, this guy. Basically, Shiroi, this game was a passion project from this guy, Seva Yearly, who was the creative head of Crytek, I think. Here's the problem, Shiroi. He went with all heart and no head.
Yeah.
As in, you can tell that he was very passionate about the game he was making. Problem is, he didn't think things through.
Yeah, I'll be fair to the cast of Rise of Rome. The guy who played the main lead went on to do the recent Hitman trilogy.
Oh yeah.
And he was also Hedrick in Dragon Quest XI.
Oh yeah, from what I recall, the cast were not the problem in that game.
Oh yeah, this was back when Microsoft would actually make games that were actually exclusive
to
console.
Wait, is it about to happen? Oh wait, never mind. No, we're not going to.
Killer Instinct.
Yeah, Killer Instinct.
Okay, you know what? I wasn't gonna go here. Oh, it was. That's the thing, Marco. Yeah. You know what? I wasn't gonna do this. But you know what, Microsoft? Now you've reminded me of it, so I might as well go into it.
Oh boy.
Here's the thing about Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct, it was regarded by a lot of people as one of the best, if not the best fighting game of its generation. This particular Killer Instinct, I mean.
It was made by Rare, if I recall correctly.
No. Rare wasn't involved. They got a different developer to make it.
It was Double Helix and somebody else.
Yeah.
I want to talk about another creative first-party partner, one that I've personally admired and wanted to work with for a long time, The visionaries behind the blockbuster franchises Ratchet and Clank, Resistance, and Spyro are working with Microsoft Studios to create an all-new blockbuster franchise exclusively for Xbox One. Please welcome, for the first time ever on our stage, Ted Price from Insomniac.
Thank you, Phil. It is great to be here to introduce our next game, Sunset Overdrive. Sunset Overdrive is a stylized open-world shooter in which the experience can change every day. We can add new weapons, create new challenges, and deliver
hold on. Insomniac. Sunset Overdrive. Here we go.
Yes. Now, okay. Believe it or not, Sunset Overdrive was practically the holy grail of the Xbox One at the time. Because, let's be honest, a lot of people were already making it clear they were likely not going to buy an Xbox One. Until this game showed up.
Sunset Overdrive is Insomniac Games' love letter to 90s coolness. Like, seriously, the game's attitude just reeks of 90s.
This game was arguably the best selling point for an Xbox One at its time because, believe it or not, this was actually going to be exclusive to Xbox One at the time.
It was for a period of time.
Yeah, it's really ironic now, you know, knowing that Insomniac is now Sony property. So they make an Xbox exclusive back then was.
I'll just say this: leave it to Insomniac.
Yeah, but Sony owns the rights to this game.
They do. Which is ironic, but I'll just say this: leave it to Insomniac to have made probably the best selling point for a console as hated as the Xbox One.
Obviously, but basically, when the purchase happened, Insomniac took to Twitter to explain people's questions. Like, no. Microsoft still owns the publishing rights to this first game, but we own the Sunset Overdrive IP. Meaning, if Microsoft wants to do anything with a new game, they have to talk to Sony. Sony is the one who actually owns the IP. So. Basically, we have to wait for Microsoft's publishing rights to expire before we can put this on the PS5. And
Sunset Overdrive was probably the most upbeat zombie shoot-'em-up game I have seen in quite some time, and it plays marvelously too.
And it also served, and Insomniac used its engine as a basis for Marvel Spider-Man.
Oh, get ready, guys! I think we're about to see where it began. You'll see. Oh, you will see. But yeah. Seriously though, Sunset Overdrive. Again, with the little bit that was shown, Sunset Overdrive was arguably the most interesting exclusive that Microsoft was getting for the Xbox One at the time. And
you can get it on Steam now. You can get it on Steam nowadays.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of people were actually mad that it was exclusive to the Xbox One because, well, Xbox One
don't even get me started, Jova. Okay? Don't even get me started, Jova. Take a wild guess what my two main reasons for why I bought an Xbox One in 2015.
Sunset Overdrive and Games Pass.
Never mind. Free reasons.
Sunset Overdrive.
Here
it is, guys! The first, the legend, where it began! The car!
Xbox car.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you this car! You can't have it and you can't drive it, but look at it in all its wonderful, glorious glory!
No, I got it. Shirai, if we offer you this car, will you please clap at this conference?
Okay,
No, I can't drive. This is useless to me.
Let me answer. Wait, Pedro, let me ask this. Are you paying for the taxes with this car?
Oh God, that's a usual honey trap.
And insurance.
Remember, I'm Microsoft. I can have all the I have more money than God.
So you're not gonna pull an Oprah when you say, "Oh, you want a car or something," and refuse to pay taxes.
No, don't worry. I'm Microsoft. I have more money than God. But anyway, Shirai. I don't think you're looking at things from the right way. You can just sell it. Think about it. It's a brand new car. Like this, like you can sell it for quite a bit of money.
This is a McLaren, right? So I'm pretty sure it's It's expensive.
There's about driving it, Shiro. You can sell it for some good bucks.
You know, I'll admit, if there was one thing I missed that they stopped doing even before...
Just give me the prize money, then.
You know, I'll admit, for as weird and bonkers a move it is, part of me just grew to love that Microsoft literally made it a sport of bringing a car every year to their stage through different and alternative means, raising it up from the stage or literally dropping it in from the ceiling.
Continuing. Joe, Game Pass was in the thing in 2015. So take a wild guess what were my 3 main reasons why I bought an Xbox One in 2015.
I'm pretty sure Sunset Overdrive was one of those.
Alright, that's one. There's 2 more.
God, I'm trying to remember any other exclusives they had.
I'll help you. Rare Replay, which is still exclusive to the Xbox One to this day. The 3rd one, and that's the more tragic one.
Scalebound.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, Pedro, I can play it on my Series S.
You can't play Scalebound on your Series S, Twibs, because it doesn't exist.
No, he means Rare Replay. He means Rare Replay. Like, no, that is true to it. That is true to it. But it's thanks to the backwards compatibility. Yes, you can. But that's the thing. You know, you'd think they would do something to put that on Steam somehow, or at the very least, you know. But surprisingly, that one stayed there.
At least you have Banjo on Nintendo Switch.
Yes.
It's gonna be so weird buying a Microsoft game technically now on Nintendo.
Fine. No,
You can buy several technically.
The Switch version is the Nintendo 64 version being emulated, which is perfectly fine. It's just that the remaster that was made for the 360 is the better way of playing the game.
Yeah, I mean,
widescreen.
Is it really? Because didn't they take out all the swearing and all that?
The swearing. You're thinking of Conquer, Jova. Like I'm talking about Banjo-Kazooie.
Right, yeah.
Banjo-Kazooie doesn't have swearing.
Never mind.
But,
I was thinking of Conquer there.
And as for Conquer, yes, the original Xbox remake Conquer took out swearing, but the Rare Replay collection has the original N64 game, so you're fine. You're fine there. What I mean is that because the remastered Banjo-Kazooie has widescreen and more consistent frame rate, and it also has the stop and swap content that was deleted from the original N64 version. Anyway, Forza.
Yeah, you know, I mean, to be fair,
see, here's the thing about Forza. Don't get me wrong, Forza games are really good. The problem is that fortunately nowadays they're allowing the series to breathe a bit more, fortunately. But for such a long time, it was always a Forza game per year. You know, like it was such an oversaturation of Forza games to the point where it's just like, how many Forzas do I have to buy?
But Pedro, your enemies here are powered by the cloud.
Sure.
Isn't that amazing?
The next thing you'll be telling me, Joe, that there will be a game that's like a third of a franchise that's going to be based on the power of the cloud, except when it comes out in 2019, it's a pile of garbage or something.
Oh.
Yes.
And completely wastes a talented actor in the process.
That one still stings.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
To be fair, Sony.
This guy here.
Phil Harrison.
Hey, remember the PS3? This guy was technically behind it. Remember the Xbox One?
Oh yeah, he was also involved with Stadia.
Yes, and the Ouya. This has to be. Go on,
yeah, this guy is the most cursed person in the history of the world.
Well, gaming anyway.
Sure. He was spearheading the PS3. We don't know how that turned out, right? He was spearheading the Xbox One, and we can see what happened after that. He also was spearheading Google Stadia.
Oh god.
Oh, whoops.
I have to wonder, is the problem this guy? Like these are some high-profile failures. I'm kind of amazed he still has work.
Seriously, how do you still have a job?
Is he cursed or is he really not good at his job?
Is he on Netflix now? Does that explain why Netflix is going downhill?
Don't you see, Dwibs? He's British, so he's the inverse of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Instead of it being a job that is multiple people, he's instead one guy who ruins multiple projects. Somehow.
No. to answer Marco's question, no, he's still at Google to this day.
Wow. Yeah,
he's the vice president of Google, apparently.
What dirt does he have on them?
God, let me get this straight. You fuck up one of Google's biggest projects in years, and you get rewarded for it.
I wonder.
Oh, sign me up. I'll halve Google's profits, and you can make me president.
Yeah. Can I work at Google? Can I work at Google? It seems like it's pretty easy. I can fuck up and I get promoted for it.
Oh, hey, look, guys, it's Minecraft.
I'm sorry, I just don't care.
Does Microsoft already own Minecraft at this point?
I don't think so.
I
wonder if they bought Mojo.
I believe they were in the process around this time. Actually, let me check.
Oh, I wonder if this is the trailer that actually announced that they own Minecraft now.
Don't get me wrong. Minecraft is good. It's just that it's not for me.
No, they bought it a year later. They bought it in 2014.
All right.
Oh yeah, that's right. I recall people being angry about that.
Yeah, and it turns out the creator of Minecraft is actually a piece of garbage.
That's the thing, Joe. But the problem is that after buying it, Microsoft kept showing it over and over and over to the point where just like everybody, we don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll echo what Deji said.
Hey, Pedro!
Sam Lake. Turns out the guy who's behind Minecraft is a piece of shit. So yeah.
So
well, it's good that we eventually discovered that it was actually made by Hatsune Miku.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, believe it or not,
this is Sam Lake.
Yeah,
Sam Lake is one. It's not going.
Despite people later wanting Microsoft to really crank out the exclusives, for a time there was about where people were legit mad when Microsoft got an exclusive because of how bad the reputation was in the toilet and how. Yeah, people did not want to have to buy an Xbox One to support it.
Yeah, Sam Lake. Real name, Sammy Antero Yarby.
Yeah. Basically, he's more well known for being the creator of Max Payne and Alan Wake. He also made this game that, it's best left forgotten.
Okay.
Quantum Break.
I know we don't often. I'm sorry.
Basically, sure. Quantum Break was. Believe it or not, Shuei, despite the whole TV shit being incredibly stupid, Sam Lake here was actually a good sport and decided to try to implement those functionalities into his game to properly, make full advantage of the console. So the idea with Quantum Break here is that it's both a TV show and a game, meaning the game already comes included with all 6 episodes of the TV show, and basically, when you watch the TV show and you make certain choices in the game, it will affect the episodes that you watch, basically.
The irony that was probably the only Xbox game that ended up using that feature, and even still, a neutered version of it.
Problem is, Shiroi, like Jova hinted at earlier, originally it was going to be a full-blown TV show with like a full-blown season, like 20-something episodes. Problem is, since Microsoft backpedaled hard on the TV thing, they basically told Remedy, okay, you can't do the TV thing anymore. Just salvage whatever you have and just try your best to finish the game properly and blah, blah, blah. As a result, Shiroi, most of what was actually planned for the TV show wasn't even in the game. And as a result, the game was left with a riddle of plot holes and plot threads that get left unconcluded. And yeah, it's a mess.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, you're right, this guy here is played by the Iceman from the X-Men films. He's also that guy from Frozen 2010.
Oh, the guy from Frozen 2010.
Yep.
Not just that, Jova. In this particular trailer, this was before they got him. If you'll notice, it was actually Sam Lake's face still, like they used to do in Max Payne and Alan Wake. It was only later that guy got... Oh! There you go. Okay, so here's the game that Swery made after that premonition. D4, Dark Dreams Don't Die.
Why have I not heard of this game often?
That's because, everybody, after Deadly Premonition became a surprise hit on the Xbox 360, Microsoft decided to get Access Games, A.K.A. Swery Studio at the time, to make a game that exclusive to Microsoft. And since this game was going to, be fully backed up on Microsoft, it would be in a much better position to be made into a more polished game compared to Deadly Premonition. Here's the problem. Access Games ousted Swery out of itself, because because of the whole Japanese pride thing that me and Joe have talked about before, where Swery was getting much more popular than the company itself. So the heads of Access Games didn't like that. You can guess what happened after. As a result, Shiroi, the game was supposed to be an episodic game, only has episode 1, and that's it.
Oh!
So the story was left unconcluded.
Yikes.
And as fortunately, I was able to know to realize that before I got into I even tried playing the game. As a result, I'm not even gonna play the game because I don't want to play the game, get invested, and then get depressed. So I'm just going to ignore the game.
Yeah.
But the people who have played D4 told me that it's great.
Oh, Project Spark! Oh God.
What?
There's
Spoilers. This thing will get cancelled.
So many
Wait, what?
Wait, Dej, you don't remember Project Spark?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, right. Sorry, I was thinking of Spore for a second. I'm like, wait, what?
No. This is Project Spark.
Yeah, the thing that had Conquer in it. Yeah, the thing that people was like, what are you doing? Why aren't you just making a new Conquer game?
And apparently they were going. And apparently they were. And apparently they were going to have a new Conquer game within Project Spark at some point, but like Pedro alluded to, it was not meant to be.
Remember Young Conquer?
Oh God, don't remind me.
Microsoft treatment of Rare was really bad for a while.
Yeah, like honestly, to the point where Rare Replay was, it felt like nothing short of a miracle, honestly.
Well, Rare Replay was made.
It was announced in 2015.
Yeah. Rare Replay was fortunately because it started development in 2014. Because when Phil Spencer took over, he did let Rare out of the Kinect Sports dungeon, you know. And as a result, they were able to make a Rare Replay to be a part of the whole, backwards compatibility thing. Yeah, don't really care about this game because it never came out, and it doesn't look even particularly all that interesting, to be honest with you.
Step 2, let's add some behaviors. Now, everything in Project Spark has a brain that can be changed. Let's bring something to life. Take this.
We have dreams now, I guess.
Brain's empty, and Claude could go in and add behaviors line by line, but for now, we can make this rock become a pet with something we already built.
But Marco, did you know that you can? But Marco, did you know that you can listen to music on your Xbox One?
No.
Oh, Pedro. By the way, Pedro, have you ever gotten Marco to tell you what's the secret of his magic football?
Oh, right. Don't worry, Marco. It's an in-joke between us. So,
I have a magic.
No, he's referencing a Mega Drive game.
It's called Marco's Magic Football.
Yeah, it's a British game.
Okay then.
It's an obscure game that very few people even know.
Again, like, this game looks interesting, but it's just sad knowing what's going to happen in the future.
I don't know. It doesn't really spark my interest. Thank you, everybody. I'll be here all week.
Oh, and I'm the one who always has to sit in the corner.
Now, there's a thing, sure. Remember, I am in Portugal. I am always in the corner of the world. So.
I thought you were at the center of the world.
Anyway, so the idea with Project Spark was...
That's the thing, Marco. That's the thing, Marco. That's what they want. That's the thing, Marco. That's what they want us to believe. So.
Guys, don't mind Pedro. He's just trying to spark life into this conversation.
So anyway, as you can see with Project Spark, the idea was that you were going to be able to craft new worlds, new characters and whatnot to do an unlimited bout of different ventures as well. Kind of like Spore, but on steroids. So, Pedro...
It's more like... Isn't it more like Dreams?
You wish it was more like Dreams. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure maybe this game is better than I'm giving it credit for, but I seriously doubt it's nearly as good as Dreams.
I'm not sure if you had as much freedom to do as much with it. Like, maybe you would have in the long run, But Pedro, why don't you tell audiences what happened with this game overall?
It got cancelled because actually I don't even remember why the project got cancelled to begin with. I know a lot of the other reasons, but
I'm convinced this was due to mismanagement at Microsoft.
This was my guess is maybe Phil Spencer didn't like this game. I don't know because okay, I will say this: Phil Spencer does have a habit of kind of forcing his tastes on Xbox users. Let me explain what I mean. Based on what I've heard from people, apparently he wasn't a fan of Alan Wake, and that was one of the reasons he didn't greenlight a sequel. Apparently, but I don't have any evidence that I can show you specifically, but I have heard from people who have had conversations with him, basically.
Oh my god, I think you're right. This actually was supposed to be like, what Dreams ended up being.
So what I understand, the game is playable, but they never developed it more because it just didn't get enough people to play it.
Go away, Mark. Please.
Well, hopefully he won't be boring us to tears today.
Who's
Mark Whitten is
I love how
Dej
Dej even forgot that we saw this guy earlier today.
Mark Whitten is the head of Xbox Entertainment. Oh god, not Smart Glass. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, never mind. He's just never mind.
Oh wait, Smart Match.
He's the head.
There's
of
Xbox Smart Glass.
Yeah, he's the head Deji of Xbox Entertainment, I think.
Hey, Pedro, look, it's Xbox Smart Glass. This is it.
God, I forgot. Oh my god, I totally forgot that they used it in this conference.
Yep. Oh.
Never mind, everybody. Smart Glass is still alive. Hey, Shiroi, let's talk more about Xbox Smart Glass.
No.
I just.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. There you go. I can correct one of the things that I said in our E3 2012 Microsoft commentary. My Son of Rome was also apparently supported Xbox Smart Glass. Apparently, you can check the menu on it while the game is still playing, maybe?
I'm just gonna say this right now. The fact that they didn't think from the first place to have Smart Glass tied into the games is really telling with the trajectories they were going on. Because again...
Basically, Marco and Deji, think of the Smart Glass as Xbox equivalent of the Wii U gamepad, but shittier.
Again, the idea was like, well, you'd be able to get, game-wise, your stats and info and all that. Again, it wasn't a terrible idea, but honestly, let me put it like this. It's the equivalent of just not having to look stuff up via Google, honestly.
You see now why I groan every time this guy shows up on these conferences, because every time he shows up, Smart Glass is sure to follow.
He's the specter of Smart Glass.
Is that why he didn't show up in a lot of later E3s later?
He got fired after this, Jova. Basically, when Don Mattrick got fired, it wasn't just him. Like, a lot of the other people who were with him, like Yusuf and Mark, they also got fired.
Yeah.
It wasn't just... Shit. A lot of people from Xbox, the Xbox division was heavily restructured because they basically fired a lot of the people who were fucking this up.
Look, they're playing games.
Yes,
look, Killer Instant.
That's the thing. They're using these games to try and showcase Smart Glass. Yeah. Xbox Smart Glass of all things.
How do you even use Smart Glass with?
For what I understood, it was like she was searching for a game while playing another game at the same time, and when it was ready, it told, "Oh yeah, the game was found."
Hey, can I point out an obvious error? They're trying to showcase how cool it is with Smart Glass tied in without actually showing what she's seeing on the Smart Glass screen.
Yeah. There you go, Shiwa. Thanks to Xbox Smart Glass, you can play a game and browse the internet at the same time.
Or if it was what was being shown on the...
That's what loading screens are for.
I mean, that's cool.
Oh, Smart Glass was recording the map.
That's bad.
Okay. To be fair, Smart Glass was recording, and this would be a way to be able to edit your own footage as well.
Oh, so basically, the PS4 feature.
Yeah, fun fact: Upload Studio doesn't exist anymore. It was replaced by something else.
Which, if I recall correctly, that other thing got replaced by another thing too. In fact, hey guys, remember how the Xbox One pretty much burned through streaming service after streaming service when it came to game stream? Well, okay, well, I mean streaming in the sense of like, you know, streaming to like a feed.
Yeah, they did. It was originally when I first got it, they had a Twitch app. Then they changed it so that except the Twitch app was garbage. Then they switched it to have their own streaming app, which they later. Then they had this thing for Mixer. But then when
they had a streaming service, yeah.
But then when they took down Mixer, yeah, there you go, the Twitch app. This was what I tried back in 2015. But then when Mixer went down, they now may have streamed through Facebook. Like seriously, Microsoft switches streaming apps like a person switches their shirt. Like,
yeah. It's kind of hilarious.
And also, never at any point does the Xbox have a YouTube streaming app. Because you can stream to YouTube on the PlayStation consoles. Why can't you stream to YouTube on the Xbox console? Does the Series S can the Series S stream to YouTube?
Not that I've seen that I can remember.
Yeah, that's why not have a YouTube as an option?
Well,
like,
guys,
you can have Twitch, obviously, but obviously have Twitch in there, but can people who prefer YouTube have that option?
So Pedro, what was the end result of Xbox Smart Glass?
Shortly after this, it got abandoned, and that's why people don't remember it.
Yep.
I'm serious. I'm serious. Like I said, social experiment. Go on Twitter or whatever you use and ask people, "Hey guys, you remember Xbox Smart Glass?" I guarantee you, most people would say, "Xbox what?"
Oh.
So if you want to stream for YouTube with an Xbox, you have to stream for your PC and from your PC to YouTube.
I think this was the point where I think this was the point where for Xbox Live they dropped the points thing in favor of just currency.
Much like the Wii had points instead of had Wii points instead of actual currency stuff. Microsoft also had Microsoft points.
Yeah.
But now they all just use money.
Yeah, not all three of them use currency. Yes.
Thank God. Oh, I was also excited for this one.
Yeah, this was a game that was being made by the creator of Panzer Dragoon.
Yeah.
Here's the problem.
It's on the Kinect.
It's on the Kinect.
It's even worse. It was supposed to be a 360 game.
This is
And they
also, guys,
got too late for
guys, just a minute. I think the audio glitched on the presentation because all we're hearing is the sound we have.
did.
I forgot about this. Yeah, basically, the audio in this trailer glitched, so we're just watching this silent.
Believe it or not, if I recall correctly, we'll actually get to hear reactions from the audience here. Like, let me put it like this, Roy. Whereas the Xbox One reveal conference had the forced applause because employees here, some of the audiences kind of, well, wait. Listen.
And this is why Nintendo did a digital event.
Well, to be fair, Dids, can you blame the audience for maybe being...
Okay, you'd think they would try to, fix it and run the trailer again, but no, they just move on.
Wow. No. I'm not talking about the audience. I'm talking about because stuff like this won't really happen on.
You have to move on. You can't stop. Because everything is like timed.
Oh boy, Dead Rising
you're not
3.
the Uncharted 4 gameplay trailer.
Yeah, here's a fun fact. Dead Rising 3, basically Microsoft made a deal for Dead Rising 3 to actually be an Xbox One exclusive. And if I remember correctly, apparently it was one of the better ones of the series. Apparently 4 wasn't as good.
Oh, 4 was terrible. Ew.
4 was Capcom's fault, yeah. They fucked it up.
It was god-awful. Wait, was Dead Rising 4 also an Xbox One exclusive?
Timed. The fourth one, if I remember correctly, was a timed exclusive. This one, on the other hand, let me see if it has been ported since then. Probably has been ported since then. Let me see.
It was Matt, I think he made a video. Supposedly, Dead Rising 4 was supposed to be a response to Last of Us, right?
let me
The original,
here.
the original game, the original pre-concept game that they were developing. And apparently Capcom Japan got there and said, nah, you can't do that.
Okay, here we are. Dead Rising 3 got ported to Steam a year after this, basically. Much like Resident of Rome. Resident of Rome also got ported to Steam like a year later.
So basically, this is what Resident Evil would be like if it were more comedic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isn't Resident Evil already comedic?
Okay. Whereas Resident Evil definitely encourages you to save on ammo here, Dead Rising is, I guess.
I guess you haven't played the Resident Evil 6 then.
I'm trying to not remember Resident Evil 6. It's fun. It's funny because, hey, didn't Resident Evil 6 show up at the Microsoft E3 2012 conference that we commentated on earlier?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And I commented on pretty well and explained to Shuri why it's terrible.
Yeah.
So again, climbing ropes. The goddamn climbing. Like Shuri said, like Shuri was even what the problem was right from my description. Like they're basically giving you something to do while you're watching him, the fucker climb, basically.
I guess you could. I'm not sure if I'd call Dead Rising a more comedic Resident Evil, but okay, it does have zombies as well, but they're handled differently than how Resident Evil often does them.
If I remember correctly, isn't it kind of like trying to... Was this game kind of known for doing some of the same things that Days Gone would later do, where it's known for having like a shit ton of zombies on screen all at once?
Yes, I believe
so.
and
it ran horribly at release, if I'm not mistaken. I think he had a lot of performance issues.
The idea of Dead Rising is that you can make some weird and kooky weapons fused of a lot of usual mundane things here and there. And the idea is to clear a game while you have a time limit, essentially, throughout the entire game.
Yes, you can run around, shoot zombies.
Yeah.
Wibs, you can share your pictures on the Xbox One.
I hope, yeah, you can share pictures. What else can you do?
You can listen to music.
You can watch TV, I guess.
Well, not the channels that they're advertising in these conferences. They're not.
It's really up to you to discover and customize the way you do want to deal with the zombie threat. Driving is a critical part of exploration. As you scavenge for supplies, cars are the best way to get around, but zombies are still a threat. Approaching the city center, but it looks like he's going to need something a bit more effective than a combo weapon to get through this zombie horde. With the addition of Smart Glass, you'll have access to unique ways to deal with the zombie outbreak.
let's just go ahead and call in some artillery support now.
Can you just nuke him? Oh. Watch it, you nearly kill your own man!
and the game exploded.
Well, yeah, I mean...
It crashed.
he stupidly got himself killed.
And that was Dead
I
Rising
don't even
3.
know what the general opinion of this game is.
Okay, let me put it like this. Dead Rising 3, I'd say it was overall positive, but it was definitely sort of a skew towards where things would really become a mess with Dead Rising 4. Speaking of things that were once great, Project Red, everybody.
I have no idea what this is.
Witcher 3.
Witcher 3.
Oh.
First, on behalf of the studio, I'm here to confirm that The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt will be coming to Xbox One. And it'll be true to form, with deep tactical combat, completely rebuilt from the ground up. State-of-the-art next-gen DX11 graphics, a dark, mature, and epic
game audience. Take a shot every time Deji says he doesn't know what something is.
And for the first time in the history of the series, the game will be completely free roaming.
You say that a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey guys, would it surprise you to know that they were also working on Cyberpunk 2077 at the time?
Yeah.
Except they weren't.
I heard The Witcher 3 is a fantastic game.
It is.
Cyberpunk is getting better as well.
That's good.
Like, I'm glad.
I liked it.
I'll check out
I
Cyberpunk.
played it. I liked it.
I'll check it out when the PS5 and Xbox Series X versions come out. Since those
It's
versions
like
will
it's not up to the hype, obviously, but I still think it's a good game.
Please,
So fun.
CD Projekt Red, don't overwork your employees, please.
Unfortunately, that is not exclusive to CD Projekt.
Oh yeah, I know,
I
of
think
course. But
the reason a lot of people bring it up is that CD Projekt Red went out of their way to explain that they would be avoiding this stuff.
Yeah,
only
you see,
instead they did it worse and doubled down on it.
You see, that's why I never believe when companies say that, because they're basically doing that thing where they're touting themselves as, oh no, we're not like the other ones, we're the good guys, only to cover up that they're actually even worse than the ones they're mocking.
It's the classic thing where they just tell you what you want to hear.
But
Just so you'll
yes,
shut up.
Witcher 3, probably one of the few games where you can in fact have sex on a unicorn corpse. And no, I'm not kidding, like, that actually happens in the game.
Oh, I actually forgot to say something from earlier, but
they
I'll wait.
recently announced a new Witcher game, right?
They're making 4, right? I think
Yeah.
they're making Witcher 4.
Probably, yeah.
I'll just say this: I will take Witcher 3 over Cyberpunk 2077 any day.
I think pretty much everybody will say that, Joga. So
You'd be surprised. There are actually a lot of people who really have grown to like Cyberpunk 2077. Mind you, that does not change the fact that Cyberpunk 2077 was and still is something of a catastrophic mess.
To be fair, the original Witcher 3 on release also had a lot of problems. Only after like 2 or 3 years that the game actually became what people wanted.
I wouldn't say that they were game-breaking problems to the extent that Cyberpunk 2077 had them.
No.
Yeah.
Patrick
No.
Soderlund and David Silverman.
Patrick, is it still CD Projekt Red?
No,
Or
this is
someone else?
EA.
Oh god. Oh, what is
So
this?
it's DICE,
Battlefield,
basically.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
Battlefield. Well, this gives me a chance to...
This was Battlefield 3, right? Battlefield 3 was
I
good.
think this is 4?
Is this 4?
Let's wait and see. Yeah, Battlefield 4.
Oh yeah, it's 4. Okay, no, that was another disaster. For release.
God, I think the one that came out after was called Battlefield 1.
Yeah,
Again,
that one was the other one that went back for...
How sad is
Quality.
it that a lot of the games shown at this E3 either weren't exclusive, turned out to be bad, or in some cases just got freaking killed before they could even live?
Yeah, I feel bad for Battlefield fans so much.
My game is more disastrous than yours.
Yeah, going halfway through 7th gen and early to 8th gen was kind of miserable for a little bit.
Wait, did the sound glitch again?
Yes, listen to this.
To be fair,
Wait, listen.
Oh yeah, technical issues do happen.
I think the audience are booing.
The problem is Microsoft needed to get people on their side, so this was like, oh no, not like this.
I love how the audience. I think the audience were actually booing for a moment there.
I think they were laughing because the sound wasn't working.
Hey, Dwebs, show me that wound you have over there, because I have some salt over here. Come on, show me that wound.
No, I don't want to.
There you go.
Amazing.
This is awkward.
Remember Medal of Honor?
Yeah, Battlefield 4. Hey. From what I understand, didn't Battlefield 4 launch with issues like this?
Yes, look.
Yes.
As Dej and Marco pointed out, Dwebs, Battlefield 4 ended up being not a good game.
At least on release, it had a lot of problems.
At least it's survey it fits. It fits. It's like so next time you see, next time you see a presentation like this, and the presentation itself glitches like that, just think that's what the game will probably be like.
We don't know who attacked him or if they'll be back. Can't afford any surprises.
I'm sorry, DICE just.
This game was kind of sad because Battlefield 3 was actually a good game.
I'll be honest, I have long since lost faith in DICE as a dev company. Like, they just cannot cut the mustard.
Indeed.
Who can cut mustard?
Yeah, that's another one that I can use. Use. Here, Jova. I have some mustard over here. Use your knife. Come on.
Like, I mean, but seriously though, DICE, try as they may, they just never can seem to really make anything above
in the last
game.
Battlefield, they clearly didn't try it.
Oh god, no. The current Battlefield game is so embarrassingly terrible. And this is to say nothing about their nonsense with Star Wars. Ugh.
I mean, EA's recent Star Wars games are at least better.
True, but that's not what we're talking about. No, what we're talking about is DICE's own spiel, and I'm honestly surprised that DICE are still a company. Like, hey, why is this a thing with EA, where the companies that don't deserve it get killed, but the companies that do deserve it stay alive?
Simple. Money.
Well, Jova, after Command & Conquer 4, EA Los Angeles were pretty much, they were pretty much destined to be on the chopping block. It only took a few years after that for them to crash and burn after Medal of Honor Warfighter.
I miss Medal of Honor.
Imagine that was the era where Medal of Honor wasn't a World War II simulator.
True, yeah, like...
Well, there was that Medal of Honor VR game that came out last year, I believe, or 2 years ago. And then there was a Medal of Honor movie that won an Oscar or short film. Oh.
Huh.
Indeed.
Look at this immersive gameplay and all that jazz.
Well, you wanted a game being played. Here it is.
Yeah, and you know what? To be fair, they do give that. Kudos.
Yes, there's another lesson for the audience. You wish for something to happen, be specific.
Here you go.
Because then if you don't, the people that are more company sycophants will probably just come to you and say, "Well, hey, you wanted it like that, didn't you?"
Here you go. Here you go, Joe. But here's the paw, the monkey's paw.
Thank you. I just noticed one of its fingers curling up.
So that's a back scratch, yeah.
To be fair, I think this announcement was well received because people were expecting good things of this game.
I don't really recall as much. I guess if I can give this conference one credit, the pacing is eons better than the Xbox One reveals.
And they're actually talking about, games.
That's the thing that one of the big things that they said about the whole Xbox review TV thing is that they were saving all the games for this E3, which to their credit, yes, they were. They did show quite a few games. The problem is that, again, the elephant is still there on stage and they refuse to acknowledge it.
They kind of acknowledge it in the interview that we'll be seeing after this conference, but let's just say who only made things worse for the brand.
Wasn't he fired like a few months after this, or
Yes.
the next month or something?
Yes. Yeah.
See, this would be. Go on.
Go on.
You see, this would be like if I was trying to explain the history of the world to dweebs, and while I'm doing this, right by my side, there's a plane crashing. It's kind of hard for those to pay attention to me when there's a fucking plane crashing. You know what I mean? Like,
I won't pay attention anyway, so...
Ignore the flaming wreckage coming down from the sky.
Yeah, is that that SpongeBob episode where he wished for something? But he had to specify something different before it happened. Yeah, let me be struck by a flying ice cream gun. And live!
Thank you. Visit us at the Microsoft booth this week to see this.
At the micro booth. You should have called it that.
I don't know why I was expecting the Doom Eternal theme to play.
I swear, even the developer here just looks bored with the game. Like, DICE don't really work as a company. Their games have not really been good. Even their hype men are not really that good at hyping their products. Oh my god, is he about to give the price?
He switched shirts.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. Keep this in mind, everybody, for when we do the Sony E3 that follows this.
Also, let your minds waver a bit back to that infamous time when the PS3's price was announced.
Yeah, that too.
Alright.
Oh, never mind. It's not yet.
Oh, no, not yet. Huh?
Not yet. It's still on.
Oh, is this that indie game?
Which one?
You're gonna have to be a bit more specific.
Yeah, Jova, it's that one.
Is this that one Nintendo game?
What?
Are you thinking of Rhyme by any chance? Or Rhyme?
Lies.
You're lying!
No, I'm not. You can't prove that.
Below.
WhatLiesBelow.com. I couldn't really tell what exactly the game was about, but whatever. Moving on.
It's funny because, the guy who helped spearhead indie games on Xbox? Yeah, Don Mattrick had kind of been ignoring his calls at that point. Which really just shows what they thought of indie gaming, the absolute sadists.
Black Tusk, located in Vancouver, Canada, is assembling a world-class team to create a brand new...
Okay, so how many of these...
Just like the quadruple A team that you would
Yeah, how many of these teams are still around, Pedro? I need you for a reference.
I guess like 2, maybe. I mean, the coalition.
Is Crackdown?
I mean, yeah, the coalition in the coalition in at the time they only had. Here's the thing. No, Black Tusk. Oh, this is the this is the Black Tusk Studios teaser. Yeah.
The what now?
Okay. Okay. Time for another history lesson. Okay, everybody. You know the coalition, the team that ruined Gears of War? Okay.
Yes.
They were, believe it or not, when Don Mattrick stepped, there you go, Black Tusk Studios. See? Okay. Here's a little bit of a history lesson. When originally Don Mattrick established this studio as an original studio called Black Dust Studios, when they were going to make that game that you just saw, which was kind of a espionage type game.
Like Splinter Cell?
Oh.
Yeah. Here's the problem. When Phil Spencer took over, he canceled their project, renamed them to the Coalition, and put them on Gears of War dungeon.
Oh, I remember this trailer.
Yeah, that's how it ends.
Yes,
Right.
so there you go. If when Microsoft buys Activision, they won't send them to the Call of Duty dungeon. They'll send them to the,
Here we go.
Yeah, I remember this teaser.
I was one
and
of the.
I remember everyone complaining about. I'll get into it.
I was one of the few people who was actually able to guess what this game actually was.
Most likely. No, it's Halo 5. But here's the interesting thing, by the way. Considering Season 2 of Halo Infinite is not going so well, most likely they're probably going to try to add Halo 5 to it, Master Chief Collection, just to try to distract people. Here's the problem. It's Halo fucking 5.
Yeah, let me put it like this. People may prefer Halo 5 gameplay-wise over Halo Infinite. But given...
What? Really?
Actually, I think it's the opposite, Jova.
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite, Jova. Actually.
Wait, hold on. But I don't recall the player base leaving Halo 5 en masse.
Well, okay. Let me explain. See, here's the thing. Yes, Halo Infinite has a big problem with the lack of content shit and stuff like that, but the actual mechanics, the controls, the
true.
The movement.
Yeah, Halo 5 had those stupid microtransactions too.
Well, Halo Infinite has microtransactions too.
Why is he wearing a cloak? He's in a metal suit.
It's so.
I don't know. I haven't.
Don't you see,
Jez? I haven't gotten to 5 yet.
Dez, it's so strictly we can hide the fact that it's Master Chief for that trailer.
Yeah,
nothing
probably.
more, nothing less.
It has the same energy as this picture I posted of Samus wearing a cloak.
No, let me be very precise. Oh God. I've already explained my point about Blondie Ross, so moving on. Okay. Basically, sure, this is the woman that ruined Halo, basically.
And this is particularly the game that really got Halo fans mad.
Again, I'm sure she's a nice lady, but that doesn't mean I have to be a fan of her.
Oh, I was mad way before Halo 5, don't worry.
Well, true, yeah.
I get that, but here's the basic point. Again, keep in mind, this is from what I've heard, because I haven't actually gotten to Halo Infinite yet. From what I've heard from Halo fans, Jova, apparently the idea is that Halo Infinite, in terms of the actual controls, the actual in moment-to-moment gameplay, is the best it's been since the Bungie days. The problem is everything around that. The lack of content, the microtransactions, the games as a service elements being handled terribly.
The story.
Okay. To be fair,
is the story bad too?
Okay. To be fair,
I mean, I don't know much about the story, to be honest. But,
from what I have garnered about the story, it is not terrible like 5. It's just not well.
It doesn't matter. They already ruined it anyways. It's already a shell of what it was.
Like, okay, here's the real problem. When you have a game as terrible as 5, you need, like, the holy grail of the franchise to come back from something like that. Infinite was many things, but it was not that amazing.
It's like, okay, the thing is, from what I've heard, because they got Joseph Staten, the writer of the original trilogy, to write Halo Infinite, and apparently it's the best story they've had since the Bungie days. Problem is, that's not saying much.
And again, when you follow up Halo 5, you need something amazing to get people to flock back to you.
Oh, I think it's now, Joe. I think it's not.
Oh, boy.
Halo was the last game, right? They're not going to announce anything else, right?
No.
No?
Wait, here we go.
This November in 21 markets around the world at $499.
Yeah, sure.
Lies. It's not around the world. Lies.
He just said the price, $499 US. For those who don't recall, $499 US was literally the same price as the 20 gigabyte version of the PS3 back in the day. You know, the very announcement that helped Microsoft breathe a sigh of relief when they saw just how much of a
actually,
fool...
it was $5.99 US.
No.
The
That's
599
20 gigabyte
was
version,
another
Dej.
model.
Yeah, the 20
okay.
gigabyte version. Like, all the same, you'd think you'd want to avoid reminding anyone about that particular price reveal in any way, shape, or form.
Basically, okay. He just announced that the cost is going to cost $499, right? Keep that in mind for when we do the Sony one. Second, basically, they had two models at launch: the 20 gigabyte hard drive one, which was $499, and the 60 gigabyte one, which was the $599 that people usually talk about.
Yeah. Oh, something from Respawn.
See, the problem is that 20 gigabytes for as your hard drive is basically nothing. So people basically just had to get the 60 gigabytes if they wanted to have any kind of, space to do anything on the bloody thing.
Yeah, let me put it... Now, you're probably wondering, why would they have it be that expensive when part of the reason they beat Sony initially was because of a terrible price point? That is because, surprise of all surprise, sticking the Kinect into an Xbox ended up ramping up the price of production.
Remember, when the Kinect came out, it cost $100.
So essentially, whether you like the Kinect or not, you are now forced to have to pay the extra production fee.
Is this the first one?
Eh?
The game. Is this the first one?
First one? Do you mean like
it's
first?
Titanfall, right?
Oh God! Titanfall. Yeah, Titanfall. Remember, Titanfall was exclusive. Titanfall was exclusive to the Xbox One. I think it still is. Let me check.
I know Titanfall. I think Titanfall 2 was.
Yeah,
that
2
multi-platform?
was a. 2 was a multi-plat, if I remember correctly. But the first one, let me see.
Honestly, I like the Titanfall games.
Yeah, I've heard they're good. Yeah, but I haven't actually played them.
But the problem with the first game is that it had no story mode at all. It was just multiplayer, basically.
Yeah, this is a problem that you'll later see. Microsoft were really starting to want to go after the multiplayer money instead of the single player.
But they actually did the opposite. The second one had a really big story mode.
Well, that's because that's because, Marco, that came after the major backlash that Microsoft got for focusing on multiplayer instead of single player stuff.
Okay, so basically, I think I'll just skip to 2 then. Let me see. Yeah, the first Titanfall. Oh, never mind. The first Titanfall did get released on Steam as well, I think.
Did it have a story mode?
The first one, no. It says right here, the game was mainly multiplayer focused with no real single-player campaign included. It says right here. But yeah, it says right here, like Marco said, Titanfall 2 included a single-player campaign with a full-fledged story. Okay, so I'll play that one then.
Oh, I've heard like really good things about that the campaign.
Well, it's Respawn. Respawn's good. Speaking of single-player stuff, Joe, you just brought up the whole, going away from single-player stuff just now.
Yeah.
How sad is it that fucking EA is actually now delivering a big single-player game that people want, compared to Microsoft's, let's see, Zero right now?
Oh, right, Jedi.
Jedi Survivor, yeah.
Enter Fallen Order.
The sequel to Fallen Order, yeah. Oh, basically, remember, Fallen Order completely outpassed EA's expectations, and as a result, Respawn was allowed to make a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Gee, it's like releasing a high-quality game gives you money or something, EA.
Yeah.
Who would have?
Imagine.
Okay, that's not always the case, but
You're a big corporation. You like money, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Speaking of, might as well. There's actually one thing that I forgot to mention earlier about the Phantom Pain share. Actually, another thing that you can do with the Phantom Pain. Did you notice how Snake was riding a horse? You can give that horse orders, and one of them is you can tell your horse to defecate, and guess what? If you leave it in the middle of the road, the poo, I mean, if one of the soldiers passes through a car, the car will slip on the turd. And they will have an accident as a result of it. I'm not kidding you, Shiro. Phantom Pain's attention to detail is flat out neurotic. Seriously.
And it said that he wasn't allowed to actually finish it, right?
No, no, because of that, the story was basically left unfinished. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll put it this way, Marco. From what I've heard of the development cycle of that game, it was kind of all 50-50 on a lot of aspects. Konami weren't helping the game, but Kojima was basically draining Konami's budget to do it, and also he himself was making some pretty off decisions with it.
Yeah, well, because of some of the story decisions with the game. Yeah.
To be honest, I didn't like the decisions they made for Castlevania, so.
And also how he treated a particular member of the voice cast.
Yeah, like I like Kojima, but he was a guy who sometimes let his ambition kind of make him out as a bit of an asshole to some people who were otherwise loyal to him.
To be fair, here's the thing: David Hayter has even said recently that he actually has gotten over it, and he actually has said that he's fine with everything. So it's like David Hayter didn't react well to being replaced.
And to be fair, given what we've figured out about how Kojima treated him, I can't blame him, because apparently in Kojima's eyes he was just that replaceable. Like, look, if this was done in a more amicable way, I definitely would have sided with Kojima on the deal, but given what we figured out about how Kojima handled it, like, no, Hayter had every right to be mad about that. And I get it. Kojima's a guy who was focused on his vision here and there, but oh god, just the way he handled it. Again, though, thankfully it seems like they have buried the hatchet, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
It's a shame we probably won't get a Metal Gear Solid game where they could have reunited, because Konami just seemed to... Well, okay, you know what? Maybe Konami might do that, but I don't think Kojima will want anything to do with them anymore.
That's the thing.
Hey, look at your map. You're close to Hardpoint Charlie. It's in that building. Okay, buddy. Folks are online and the Red Eye is taking on fuel. Defend the hard point.
Thanks, Steve. That was great. All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your first look at Titanfall, shipping exclusively on Xbox in 2014 in spring. Look for more information coming out over the next few days at the conference. Thanks very much, and I hope you have a fantastic E3.
At this point, the conference is over, and we still have one more thing to cover. That is a follow-up interview that Jeff Keighley had with Don Mattrick. And oh god, the pompousness, the smarminess, all of it is on full display here. Mattrick did not read the room at all. Okay.
We're almost done.
Yep. Watch as they bear it all.
Galen Center at the Xbox Media Briefing rehearsals with Don Mattrick. Don, good to see you again.
Great to see you, Jeff.
So this is a big week for you guys, coming only 3 weeks after the Xbox reveal.
19 days.
Yes,
Who's counting?
Well, it was it was a long 19 days for a lot of gamers having to wait for some game announcements. So tell me, I mean, coming out of that reveal, how did you feel about it? Because I know obviously a lot of gamers have been all over social media complaining. I mean, what was your takeaway from that? What did you learn from that?
Well, look, we knew that we had to share two things: the vision for the box that we're creating, some of the features and functionality, and what it means to design something for the next.
Get in the box.
So people are looking at it. They're trying
Get in the box.
It's the box.
Oh boy, here we go.
It'll provide, and they haven't had a chance to use it yet. So the first thing I'd say to people is, look, we designed something that's great.
Yep.
It is.
Just because you say something doesn't make it true, Don.
We've innovated for what we think are the appropriate scenarios moving forward. So that's one idea. Second idea is we're here at E3, and this show is all about games. So I think people are going to see.
He said something right.
Mind-blowing, great experiences.
20 games on stage.
Well, there's about 20.
Okay. Give or take a few. You might add another one in at the last minute. You never know, right?
So it's a great line for games.
Yeah,
and I think people are going to love it, and then they're going to understand what we're trying to create and how it links.
Oh, they understood what you were trying to create, but love it? Not so much.
A box that is designed to use.
Oh, here it comes, guys.
That, to me, is a future-proof choice, and I think
listen to this.
Could have arguably gone the other way if we didn't do it, and fortunately we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right.
Ow! And from here on, it becomes uncomfortable. Just look at Jeff's face. Like, Jeff starts off smiling. He clearly does not look happy after that answer.
Said, hey, I'm on a nuclear sub. Right. And I don't even know what it means to be on a nuclear sub. But
Fun fact!
Why is that comparison?
Okay. The reason he's making that comparison is because, you know, a lot of American soldiers in the army have to go out on tour. Problem, they like to game, but given the nature of their job, they wouldn't really be able to reliably plug into the internet. Don Mattrick just showed how ignorant he is, suggesting that, oh, well, I've never even been on a nuclear sub. Well, gee, that's part of the reason those people won't be able to play on the Xbox One. Again, way to stick it to the American military.
Any military.
Pretty much. Holy crap.
I think people will appreciate it.
Because we have nuclear subs too.
You think people will appreciate it, Mattrick? Like we are owed something.
We did a lot of testing, a lot of consumer research, and I think we made a good choice.
Did you really do that consumer research?
How long did you last to this job after this?
About a month.
Yeah.
Loving what we do. It's very important.
Clearly, the consumer research wasn't gamers.
We did some consumer research, and by that we asked one consumer what he thought of this.
Ask how many consumers. And what consumer did you ask?
You're gonna win them over, is what you're saying.
My employee.
Oh.
So I find it kind of ironic when people.
You can say my mom or something.
Sure, we'll go with that. That's better. My mom.
I mean, all the Price is Right stuff in the first one, that would make sense.
So we're gonna deliver that, and we're gonna continue.
Oh, I love this one. Smoke and Mirrors. Quantic Dream debuts their impressive next-gen tech. Call the Dark Sorcerer. Oh yeah, the unfunny thing.
Oh god,
was
I
just
remember the Dark
joke.
Sorcerer.
It's literally just the same joke over. Yeah. That's David Kitch's idea of comedy, by the way.
Oh, look, Beyond Two Souls.
oh yeah, Beyond Two Souls was going to come out still.
Yeah, well, hey, there's something for the massive Xbox fans to laugh at PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
And as I think about it, when game designers were building products a decade ago, they would think that the majority of their focus was on a single-player experience.
Yeah, oh, wait, listen to this.
Inside of the living room, and then they started thinking about what competition could be with an online community. So what we know right now is the majority of people spend a lot of time with multiplayer games. That you want to have experiences that aren't designed exclusively as a programmer driving a logic sequence. You want things that really use real-world inputs. Other players, the complexity of servers where there's tons of data, and it's changing your experience.
He's trying to push the whole multiplayer over single player thing.
Oh, I think it was actually pushing the cloud thing.
Yeah, you see, this is what happens when companies try and do take that to the other. Whenever they do a fuck up, it comes off worse than it would normally do, because not too long ago they were going, ha ha, this one bad.
They literally told consumers, hey, you don't like our new product, just buy our older product. That's like an offer telling me, hey, you don't like my new book? Just buy my old book.
We have to, first off...
Oh, they had announced Wii Fit Trainer for Smash.
So we're going to continue to invest in the platform. We're going to have thousands of people innovating. I look at this launch window as we get our feet in the running blocks. And over the next decade, we get to build a great global business.
Over the next decade, which is funny because Mattrick wouldn't last that long.
Yeah, he did not, to paraphrase Arrested Development.
People are going to see that content over the next few days, and I think they're going to...
That's to be so funny. The guy who spearheaded the development of a console didn't even get to see the console's release.
Yeah.
Well, neither him, nor Phil Harrison, nor Yusuf Mehdi, nor Mark Whitten.
You know, the start of the show and the end of the show, those titles are just amazing.
I mean, I could be watching the trailer for Animal Crossing's Vulture and Smash Bros. 4.
It truly is amazing how smarmy Mattrick comes off as in this interview, too. He's so pompous about how, oh, now they'll understand what we are truly trying to bring.
Now, there you go, Deb. See, you're getting into the spirit of things. You can use your Xbox One to watch Nintendo trailers on YouTube.
Or I could play Pokemon X and... I'm more interested in Pokemon X and Y. Oh, that bit at the bottom.
Wasn't the Xbox the one that you can connect another console to it and play it on it? That they had the connection that they created a connection because of the 360, where you could connect your 360 to your Xbox, so that you can use the same features that you had on the Xbox, right?
Was that a thing?
I think so. And then the first thing people did was, I'm gonna play my PlayStation 4 on my Xbox One. It was something like that.
I don't know anything about
that. Are you thinking of the developer mode for Xbox Series X? And
No.
No, that's a different thing.
Well, so there you go. Nearly 3 hours of us dunking on this. Actually, no, over 3 hours of us dunking on this godforsaken console. Look, the rest after this is more or less history. Eventually, Microsoft actually, looked at the world outside their happy little go lucky world and realized everybody hated them. Now, again, this isn't the entire full story. We will be sort of technically concluding that with our E3 session for tomorrow. But for now, let's skip ahead to the future here. Don Mattrick got the boot, jumped ship, along with several other of his compatriots in regards to this. And yeah, they had to take back the Xbox One. They backtracked on all the terrible, terrible stuff. Hey, they even made it so that you didn't need the Kinect. And yet the price point was still $4.99. That did not help things.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Oh. They removed the $100.
I'm pretty sure it was still $4.99 at least upon release over here.
On release it was.
Yes,
but there was a no Kinect version.
Yeah. What I'm saying, I'm talking about what they did for the release overall. Like, yeah, now evidently they did eventually make an Xbox One version completely without the Kinect, but all the same, the damage was done, but they scrambled. Oh, they scrambled to undo all that damage. It really is just amazing that they actually thought they could get away with it initially. But, you know what, let's not pine too much on that. Instead, let's just move to the final thoughts section.
Okay, I'll go first, that's okay.
Go on.
Yeah, it's easy to see why Microsoft really didn't get off to the best of starts with this generation of consoles. It's like they were taking almost every wrong decision you possibly could. It's like Don Mattrick had an internal competition with his colleagues, how many wrong decisions I can make, and how fast can I do them in. I mean, if that was true, you might have broken the world record. So, well done. I mean, it cost you your job, but well done. If there is one thing I would recommend also watching was Microsoft's own produced documentary on the history of the Xbox brand, because they even cover how disastrous the Xbox One reveal was. And Mattrick himself was interviewed, and he was giving his side of the story.
Oh, what did he proclaim in it?
Basically, I can't remember exactly what he said, so I'll just paraphrase. He was just basically just explaining why he made the decisions he did, and ultimately why it didn't work out.
Well, honestly, I will give Microsoft credit that they are good sports on realizing that, yeah, they screwed up on this one.
All right, carry on.
But back to 2013. Okay. Specs-wise and appearance-wise of the console, it's fine. You know, it's very, it's a box, but it's pretty, it's simple to look at least, you know, and I am a fan of dark designs for consoles. They just, in a way, they kind of pop. I think it helps that the shelves in my house are white, so, you know, black and white, it fits. And the menus aren't the worst. I mean, they're easy to navigate. You get basic you get basic user interface stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, at the time, it was the darker side of the tech that was rearing its ugly head, like the always online DRM, and the whole you can't share your games with friends. I mean, granted, I don't do that much, so these days anyway. So it wouldn't have affected me much, but for those who do that, that would have been that would have been a disaster. Do we even know what the price points were going to be?
For what?
Yes, we do.
Like how much was going to cost to share games?
Oh, to share games, the full price of the game.
Ah, right.
Fees and everything. You would be monitored. Basically, there'd be the sensory technology to sense whether or not the game was used. Mind you, this was even if you had already bought that game a while ago.
Dubs, don't think you own this thing that you just paid for. You don't own it. The publisher still owns it.
You only own access to it.
Yeah. You can sell it. You can sell it, but only if we want you, if we allow you to.
Spoilers, we won't.
Hex must have been pissed. Hex being a popular second-hand shop around here for selling technology like that. So yeah, I can imagine the Kex bosses were probably squashing whatever was in their hand at the time in anger. The games, well, what we were shown, honestly didn't even look all that interesting. Like Rise, Son of Rome and Quantum Break we've already done in full on the channel. And, you know, again, Brit bashing aside, Rise, Son of Rome was just a nothing game. And Quantum Break was just terrible. And so it's just a shame as well. They made Max Payne, and then they were reduced to. Actually, no, they weren't reduced. It was their idea. So
fortunately, they returned to form of Control.
I mean, Control had its own issues, but that's neither here nor there. So yeah, Quantum Break, crap. I have never played Sunset Overdrive. Is that on PlayStation now?
You can get it on your Series S, Tips. It's on Game Pass.
Okay. So yeah, I can't tell you anything about Sunset Overdrive yet. The TV stuff. Half of the things that even apply. Literally, in the first video we did, the only British channel that I saw on there that I could catch at least was 4 on demand.
I did see BBC iPlayer at one point.
Okay, so got 2 channels. What about? Did you What, you didn't see ITV player?
No, I only saw BBC iPlayer. I didn't see ITV.
So maybe they couldn't fit all the channels on there, but out of context, that would basically mean no ITV or Channel 5 or even S4C. Yeah, but basically, for those who don't know, S4C is basically the Welsh channel. All programs are in Welsh.
Yay.
Yeah. It's a language I don't understand, and nor does she, or ironically, but, if you do understand it, it's great for you.
Xbox, speak Welsh.
Does not explode, like I said earlier.
So yeah, half the TV stuff doesn't even work around here, and I mean, even during the initial reveal, the huge focus on it was ridiculous. It's like if I went to watch a theatre production, but instead of watching an actual live theatre production, 3/4 of the play was just me watching a screen. And I'm like, if I'm just watching a screen, why don't I just go to the cinema? Was that overblown. I mean, I don't think they barely even showed the music stuff. So it's not even like they were just focused on media in general. It was mostly just TV in that first one.
You could literally die from a drinking game involving every time television is mentioned in that show.
Well, in the 2020 conference, Dwebs, they had this guy come up on stage and start playing Justin Bieber.
Why did you have to remind me of that?
So basically, Paige, what you're saying is that Xbox learned nothing. In fact, might have even gone backwards.
Yes, you can listen to Justin Bieber on your Xbox One.
Oh my God.
Okay, great for those that like Justin Bieber, I guess. Again, I mean, not showing. I get not wanting to blow your load on games too much because you've got E3 coming up, but the answer to that isn't barely show games at all. Like, you can strike a balance or something.
Wait, Dwebs. Are you trying to tell me that I don't have to go from one extreme to the other?
Yes, I know. Nuance is a wonderful thing.
Oh my God. I see clearly for the first time now.
Shocking, isn't it? Okay, and evidently... Okay, Microsoft, in terms of making hardware decisions, haven't done worse than this since then. I mean, I have a Series S, so that counts for something at least. And again, to be fair, they did make huge strides and improvements since then, like with the introduction of Game Pass. Since finishing off with Final Force, looking back and see how much they've improved, or in some cases not improved or regressed since then. Phil Spencer, okay, granted he wasn't in charge at the time, so really he was only doing what his boss told him to do. So yeah, back then, 2013, Microsoft were in the doldrums. That was as low as they've ever gotten in terms of PR, how the console distribution of games was going to work, the games they're actually going to have, and all that. In some cases, they have gotten better since then, but it's Microsoft to me nowadays. It's like the 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The 2 steps forward being Game Pass, and I mean how they put their games on it. I mean, it's great. It's basically Netflix for games, and it works pretty well. You can download the games even to your console. I mean, they'll be removed eventually, but that could be a great try before you buy service. That's what I do for streaming, so it works fine for me.
Honestly, to me, it comes across as Microsoft trying to push towards a digital-only future.
And they
Yeah, Oh boy, yeah.
I mean, they tried with the sad.
Listen, someone needs to stop them.
Let me do you a favor, Phil. Let me do you a favor, Phil. You know, whoever names consoles over there, fire him.
Like, seriously, just name it
or her. I'm sorry.
Seriously, would it have really have been too obvious if they just named it the Xbox 720 and just added a 360 onto each one? Like, come on. Like, I mean, but seriously though, I swear, ever since Xbox One, every Xbox console has had a silly name in one way, shape, or form.
Let's recap. The Xbone, the Xbox SAD, and the Xbox Sex.
Well, I dread to think what the next one's gonna be.
Seriously, I have to wonder if the guy who names these things is secretly trying to sabotage.
Surely.
Like, because seriously, I'm sorry, free, easily memeable names. And I know what some may say, oh, memes can come easily. No. Trust me, these ones were particularly gift wrapped. Like, say what you will about the Nintendo Wii U and all that. That was not a god-awful name that got memed to hell and back because of the obvious thing that made people think about it like that. It was misnamed, yes, but it wasn't such an easy name to make fun of. Whereas again, literally, Xbone, then Xbox SAD, which, yeah, of course, that's the best way you want to recognize the console that you're trying to use to revolutionize
And it did make a lot of
gaming.
people sad.
Yeah, including the investors, because apparently the SAD edition didn't do all so well. Oopsie.
Here's me playing the world's smallest violin.
Yeah, again, I'm happy. I'm okay with it. Okay, to go on Pedro's point for a bit, I'm okay with how it's done now. Like, you have two systems. Like the PlayStation's doing the same thing. You have two systems. You have one that's download only, and you have one that uses a disk drive. I got the other one because it was cheaper, and well, I can't think of any Xbox game. I mean, why would I buy an Xbox game on a disc at this point when I could just use Game Pass? But yeah, again, there's the choice, and I'm hoping that choice doesn't just eradicate over the decades. But to wrap up, to focus strictly on this one, since I've already gone on about hindsight. This conference, these conferences sucked. There was no wonder it's taken Microsoft so long to get to the point where they're not as big an embarrassment in the public eye, anyway. And the fact that at least two of the major guys behind it got work after this is just baffling. It's like if I worked in Pedro's restaurant and I poisoned the customer's food, he fires me, and yet I get to work for Gordon Ramsay in the very next job. Oh yeah, that's it for that's it for me.
Like Pedro said at the very start of the full conference, devoid of the context, it was a pretty okay conference. They showed quite a bit, and besides going into way too much detail about, movies and TV and all that other stuff, when people who watch these things generally already know how all that stuff works on systems, this would have been fine, but we're looking at it in hindsight, and
keep in mind, this was coming off the relative heels of that Xbox One reveal conference.
Yeah, I feel like it's just much more of a disaster looking back at it in hindsight. I didn't watch it at the time, but I did see all of the memes that rightfully came out. Like, they deserved everything they got post these presentations.
Some people, and this is something that's not just Don Mattrick, this is something of a problem with the game industry. Some people just should not give interviews because they suck at it.
Like I said, Don Mattrick is a guy who was used to having things go his own way. Like, he got rich when he was 17 because he sold a company of his to EA or whatnot.
It's like the whole celebrities shouldn't have Twitter. It's just a laughable watch, and that's all there really is to it. it would have been fine if the nature surrounding the console and how it works and just company nonsense, like this would have been fine. But no, they ruined it. And again, thank you for helping the Wii U, I guess.
So I'm curious, Sherry, what did you think of the original Xbox One overall? Looking back at what we've seen, researched, and recapped about the history of the original Xbox One before, Microsoft pulled the plug.
Well, I didn't really care back then, and we've moved on from that particular generation now, so I don't really have a reason to care now.
But you can use Twitch on it.
The Twitch app is garbage.
For the record, she's right.
No matter the system, the Twitch app is garbage.
It's also
YouTube was so for the same thing
as well. So
wait, what, Deji?
Twitch is also garbage on phones as well because it keeps freezing for no reason.
Twitch is garbage on anything except a browser. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I thought the YouTube apps also suffered from the same problems.
No, the YouTube apps can actually work in other places.
I have NVIDIA Shield TV, and I use the YouTube app on it. It works just fine.
YouTube is awful on Switch. It's full of
Really?
problems.
Honestly,
I don't use it on the Switch. So.
Okay, yeah.
Now it's better, but at the beginning, it was one of the first applications to crash.
Okay.
It's at least fine on the phone, I can say that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're talking about what it was like at the beginning. Fair enough.
No, I'm not talking just the beginning. It's common for me, for example, that especially if you turn off the console while with the app on, turn off, you put it to sleep, right? When you come back, or the application crashes, or it starts playing the video even though you're not on the video, and it starts playing it underneath it, stuff like that.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
But I don't really have anything else to say about these conferences. It was interesting to see the shit show in full context, because again, back then I was only aware of little bits and pieces of information and the memes that was spawned from that. But yeah, it was...
So consider this your history lesson on this particular type of meme.
Yeah, I guess.
And now you know.
That's it.
Well,
knowing is half the battle.
Well, again,
the rest of the battle is wondering why you needed to know.
Actually, sir, the rest of the battle from Xbox One will, well, again, you'll see the true culmination in tomorrow's E3.
All right.
Oh yeah, that would be glorious.
All right then.
Well, that's it for me.
All right, I guess I'll go next then. My God, what peak idiocy from a company, what peak audacity of a company, just the lack of reading the room is nothing short of exemplary. Like, everything leading up to the Xbox One, like, the Xbox One, like, okay, the Wii U may have been one of the most overlooked consoles, but the Xbox One was one of the most infamous consoles. It did nearly kill the brand. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If they had not changed the Xbox One from its original design, I am definitely willing to bet that that Xbox would have been dead. It was way too drastic a change. Mind you, maybe with some good presentation they could have sold people on it. Problem is, the presentation sucked. Like, that Xbox One reveal conference. Again, thank God it wasn't an E3 one, otherwise that would have been an easy contender for worst one ever. And trust me, there is a lot of competition for that. But no. Oh God, that Xbox reveal conference. Which, again, makes the actual E3 of 2013 for Microsoft kinda sad. Again, were it surrounded by better circumstances, it could have been good. In some ways, maybe even a slam dunk. They have the exclusives in there. They even got the Halo in there. It's just, it did not give the push that was needed. And let's be honest, they needed a ginormous push against all the bad will that they were incurring. So then, in comes Don Mattrick with that dumbass interview with Jeff Keighley, which, yeah, that just sealed the deal. Seriously. The best way to advertise this game to people who may have connectivity issues was to just tell them to buy their older console merchandise. Like, yeah, you're not proper fit for our society. Here's the scraps of our old. And don't get me wrong, 360 is a great system and all, but really? Like, it is amazing. Like, I would not be surprised if newcomers to certain games companies get shown videos of the Xbox One reveal and interviews just to be shown as a key component of how not to conduct relations with the public. Because this is legendarily bad. Like, absolute legendarily bad. And again, like many things, it's easier to look back on this stuff and laugh, but man, if you were there, I just like, holy cow. Can you imagine an alternate universe where people actually took this lying down and let the system go through? Oh, God. So, yeah. No, that was god-awful and terrible. And by God, I love laughing at it.
I cannot laugh at this.
I don't blame you. Like, I'm only able to laugh at it because years upon years have ended by it.
I'm laughing, but I'm...
Marco.
What?
Let me guess, Marco. Laughing at this to you is like it's like laughing at someone who just tripped and broke his head.
I maybe, I don't know. All I know is that back then I was like a huge supporter of Microsoft, like for sure. Like I
You
said,
and a lot of people.
Yeah, the 360 was basically my favorite console, and I bought it just because it was cheaper than the PS3. But when I actually started playing on it, I was like, yeah, I love the console. And then I was super hyped when they said they were going to announce the next console, because I was like, cool, right? And then they did that first presentation. It was like, wow.
It is amazing.
Wow. They just do that. They literally shit all over gamers.
That's a sad part. All they had to do was make a game-focused console, call it something different than the Xbox One, and it's 7th gen, right? 7th gen, and the 7th, or is it 8th? 8th gen. Right? And the 8th gen would have been a completely different generation, most likely.
It's so weird because they basically had a winning formula. They just needed to continue. Basically, what Sony did, right? Because they just rode the final success of the PS3, right? It's like we already have a established audience. We just need to continue doing the same thing, and Microsoft just need to do the same thing. And I believe that especially when it comes to properties like Halo, it was already showing that something was wrong, even with Halo 4 and stuff like that.
And it's not just that. Microsoft did the rare thing of managing to piss off both of their big consumer bases. Sure, they pissed off the core gaming fans of Xbox, but they even managed to piss off the casual fans of Xbox because, and I don't just mean in the sense that they weren't making proper Kinect games, but the outrage at this console reached far and wide, even if you weren't a gamer. If you at some point logged in on the internet around that time, chances were you got wind of it. Like, my dad's also a bit of a gamer, but my mom is not much of a gamer. Even she caught wind of the Xbox One stuff, and she was like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you literally charge for used games?
Yeah, there was a lot of stupid decisions when it comes to the Xbox One. I mean, the first one, obviously, it's the TV thing. Like we said earlier, it's just like it was already a struggling medium back then. It still is. It's not as successful as it was years ago, right? So why try to go after something that's clearly on the way out? It's like, doesn't make sense. If anything, I think they should have pushed for streaming services like Netflix or something, right? But no, they decided, let's attach ourselves to this old media that people don't want, especially on a gaming console, which is like, yeah, especially people that like gaming, that most people don't care about TV, right?
It was the rare knockout move where they managed to piss just about everyone else in the gaming community off.
But don't you see, Marco, with those features that we saw in the reveal, you can play your game on half the TV and watch a TV program on the other half.
And you
all
can
at
do
the
it
same time.
And hey, Pedro, you forgot the most important part. You can do it with the new and upgraded Xbox Smart Glass. You know, that thing that was totally a success, right?
Yeah, you can also use Smart Glass to listen to a song while you're doing those other two things. It's all in one, Marco.
Yes, I mean it's not like that feature isn't neat. Like, okay, I can be doing other stuff while I'm playing, especially if I'm like, for example, the example they actually show where when you're looking for a match or something multiplayer related, right? It's like it's that time I could be doing something else, or if I'm grinding on an RPG, I could be grinding and listening to music at the same time. That's cool, but that shouldn't be the features that you're putting in front, right? It's like, it's a gaming console. This is all the extras you have if you buy our system, but this is our game. These games, this is what the console can do.
Allow me to help you with that, Marco, because like I said, before the Xbox One reveal in the previous month, there was the PS4 reveal before the E3 as well. And one of the things that Mark Cerny showed was a feature that we've used in this channel for quite a huge success, the Share Play feature. For those who don't know, PS4 and PS5 have a feature called Share Play that allows you to basically connect to your friends on the PSN and basically thanks to some really good streaming, you can literally have your friend play the game. He can play it on your console as long as both of you are connected, basically. And we've used it to even have Dwebs play Indigo Prophecy. We use it so that Shiro could play Detroit Become Human and Teo play Ivy Rain. And we're still at a point where we were still waiting for Jova to play Beyond Two Souls via my PS4. So
we've tried, but every time we've tried doing that, we've run into a snafu here and there.
Yeah, but here's the thing. But here's the cool thing. Not only was it shown at a PS4 unique conference that was made specifically just for showcasing the features of the console, but it's a feature, unlike the TV thing, this is a feature that actually would interest gamers. You know, it's a gaming-related feature that we ourselves have used plenty of times at this point, or in the channel.
Yes,
it's very convenient.
It makes sense. Like I said, all the other things are just extras that you can have on your console. That's
the big difference. Is that unlike Don Mattrick and all the other stuff, Yusuf and Mark Cerny is actually a game developer and gamer himself, so he actually knows what gamers want.
Like, say what you will about the knack games, but shoot,
I don't know. See, the worst thing you can say about Mark Cerny is that he made 2 bad knack games. Outside of that, he's actually, every time you see him talk, he always seems like a very educated and very cool, nice guy. He even took the knack memes on stride. He was even making jokes about himself. We were thinking of calling it Knack 2 Electric Boogaloo, but nah, we'll just call it Knack 2. So he even embraced the memes and everything. He seems like a cool guy. You know?
He is, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like I said. Clearly, Microsoft was way misguided with these changes that they wanted to implement. They thought it was. I think, to be fair, a lot of the things that they wanted to implement on the Xbox One have been slowly creeping, right? But wait, that's it.
That's the thing.
It's still not to the point of what they wanted, though. What they wanted was complete digital saturation.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's like you said, Marco. It started in 2010 with the Skittles. Remember the Skittles? Thing in 2010.
Oh no, Skittles! Is Skittles dead?
And then in 2011 with more Connect. Then in 2012 they had an entire half hour of Xbox Smart Glass and TV and shit. Blah, blah. So that's the thing. Not a lot of people remember this, but this conference didn't come out of nowhere. They've been building up to this for a while. Actually, it's just that a lot of people. We're kind of, this is probably just some stuff that's not going to matter much in the grand scheme of things. Well,
part of me wonders, Pedro, is if the reason they had this whole exclusive conference away from E3 was just to have an excuse to focus on most stuff except the games.
Well, obviously, that they themselves, I think, said it. So, yeah.
Yeah, they clearly showed all their cards, like this is what we want to do, and they tried to implement this by force and add all this stuff that people don't want. Of course, nowadays there's stuff like that we're seeing, like even digital only systems, right? It's gonna happen. So I can't in regards to a lot of stuff. So I don't think they were completely wrong with the direction the industry was going. It just probably was too soon for a lot of stuff. People weren't just willing to accept it. And especially when you have your competitors doing the exact opposite of what you're doing. It's like, yeah, it's no. So yeah, the presentation itself, I remember back then I was super mad, and I'm still mad looking at it because it's insane. But the E3 conference, I remember I watched it, of course, with the context, and I think even without even without the context, I don't think it's that great of a conference, because it suffers from kind of the same problem that the Nintendo one does. It doesn't have like a really big hook game for the console. It's basically Forza, and that was it. Because the other ones are like
Overdrive.
But Sunset Overdrive was a launch title?
No, it was a launch year, but not launch.
I think it was supposed to be a launch title, but got delayed, or maybe Paige was right and it was just a launch year one.
Although to Marco's credit, they did show Sunset Overdrive, but unlike with the 2014 E3 trailer, they didn't show the best aspects of it. They
didn't even show gameplay, right? They just showed the teaser.
They showed what they showed there is technically how the gameplay is. It's just that they didn't even the main character is not even properly finalized in his design. So it's one of because in the 2014, go check the 2014 E3 trailer. That trailer is much better.
A much better showcase of Sunset Overdrive, and I think that's at the point where people started to get mad at it being an Xbox One exclusive because people still weren't all.
I remember watching the conferences, and Sunset Overdrive was basically one of the few things.
That's right. Yeah, in fact, if I correct, E3 2014 was actually technically our first time, but, well, for multiple reasons, we did not exactly, okay, it sort of got lost to some shenanigans here and there, so instead, E3 2015 ended up being the actual first time that we at SCWRM properly commentated on an E3.
But yeah, the conference itself, besides that, maybe? All the other games were basically multiplats. Maybe not Titanfall though, right? But Titanfall was a new IP, and I don't remember it making big waves when it released, right?
Apparently, it was really popular among Xbox users. The problem is, yeah, like you've said, apparently it has nothing for me because I'm mostly a single player guy. So
yeah, I remember it got a lot of backlash because of lack of single player, and of course. You're gonna even if you are if you were in 2013, right? I don't know if Titanfall released on launch, but even if
Titanfall released in 2014.
So
actually.
Even in 14, being a big multiplayer game on the Xbox One, I mean your player base is not gonna be that big, right? So yeah. I think the conference suffers a lot from it. It's like a lot of third parties that you can get on the PS4, and one or two exclusives that aren't that big, and just one of them releases on launch, and then you have to wait. I mean, we didn't even see Master Chief Collection, which I don't know if it was a launch title. I think it was like 2014 as well, right? So yeah, and the fact that they also lie about the release of the console, right? Because they say, oh yeah, the console's going to release later this year worldwide. And it's like, then later they come up and say, oh no, we're going to release it by country over the year.
Yeah, that's true. They did.
Yeah, and it's like that's so bad because it was 2013. This is not the 90s, right? It's
Yeah,
like
by this point.
you're Microsoft. How are you doing this?
Yeah, no, Microsoft, for the record, has a Portuguese division over here. It would have been perfectly. They have one in every country, I think, by this point, don't they? Like,
I think
I'm pretty
so.
confident. I'm pretty confident this wouldn't have been a hard thing for them to do.
It doesn't make sense. It's like why are they doing
honestly
a release like this? It's not a small company. It
This
doesn't
is-
make sense.
I think that's probably the best sum up of the original Xbox One. It didn't make sense. Well, okay, in a weird, greedy corporate sense, it might make sense, but no, common sense would dictate that you don't do something that's obviously. And I mean, come on, they must have. Okay, actually, a lot of people did know this was going to piss people off, but the head honchos demanded it, so.
Like I always like to joke, Marco. No, of course they're not a small company. Microsoft, like I always like to joke about, Microsoft has more money than God, as they've been demonstrated with their recent acquisitions.
They can literally buy houses like I go and buy milk.
Newsflash. Microsoft buys Portugal.
Don't be too
my
hard.
God! So what you're saying is that they're gonna make Portugal an Xbox One exclusive?
And then, yes. From this point on, Nintendo and Sony are not allowed to sell their consoles in Portugal.
God.
No, but see, I really I find it funny that when the Xbox One released, they also didn't have a lot of retro compatibility on it, right? Because you couldn't play.
That's right. Guys, gotta say this.
That was after.
Hey, you want to know what Don Mattrick had to say about that? Well, if you really care about backwards compatibility, then you're just backwards. Quoting him on that one.
Yeah, that's true. He's right.
And it's insane, right? And that's why I was talking.
Marco,
what?
Just to answer your question, the backwards compatibility for Xbox 360 games was announced in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
And the backwards compatibility for original Xbox games, the 2001 console, was announced in 2017.
Yeah, it was with the Scorpion, right? The Xbox One X.
Scorpio, the Xbox One X.
Oh God, the Scorpio. That's right.
They could have kept that name. I don't understand. Scorpio is a lot cooler than Xbox One X, but whatever.
Well, don't you see, Marco?
We're Microsoft. We don't do cool names.
Don't you see? That name would have made too much sense. We needed it to be something that would confuse the audience. Like seriously, and you know, I get it. This was more like one of those semi-upgrade things, but still, it was so similar to the original Xbox One in naming.
That's the thing. Like, if you take a look at all the code names, they're all so much better. The Xbox Durango, which became the Xbox One. Then the code name for the Xbox One X was the Xbox Scorpio, like Marco said.
What's the code name for Xbox Series X? I recall that being cool
too.
Anaconda.
The Anaconda. Basically,
the Series X. Amazing names, yeah.
The Series X and the Series S had their own code names. The code name for the Series X was the Anaconda, and the Series S was the Maverick.
Seriously, these are way better names.
Again, we don't do cool names here at Microsoft.
They could even just call it, because it's basic. The Xbox One X was basically an upgraded Xbox One, right? Why don't you just call it Xbox One Scorpio Edition or something like that, or whatever?
Marco, this is a rule if you want to work at Microsoft. You can't have cool names and you can't know how to count. That's why we went from Windows 8 to Windows 10.
Like seriously, we went all the way back from 360 to 1. Kind of seems like a downgrade, don't it?
Well, I'm gonna finish because I don't think I have much more to say.
Okay.
But yeah. Just to finish the backwards compatibility, what I was talking about earlier, the response was, "Oh, you want to play your 360 games on your Xbox One? Oh, it's easy. You just pick your 360, connect it to your Xbox One there, and you can play it through HDMI connection, or it's like, but that still means that I have to have both consoles. That's so stupid. That's not backwards compatibility, right? It's insane. And I think that's the reason why we also got a new model, because their idea was, oh, you're gonna buy an Xbox One and Your Xbox One is your central hub for everything because it's Xbox One. Even your 360. So you can also, besides connecting your TV to it, you can also connect your 360
My God.
to
So
it.
it does work. It really is all in one.
It's all in one. You can even connect all your other consoles to it. You can play PS4 on your Xbox One.
Oh my God, that's the perfect use for my Xbox One.
Can I do what Trey Parker said? Can I connect it to my oven and while sitting in the refrigerator?
I think so. After all, Xbox Smart Glass is on the case, yo.
I didn't even. If we're watching this conference, I had no recollection of Smart Glass or Xbox whatever tablet.
Marco, don't feel bad. Nobody remembers Smart Glass.
I think I remember the other thing more. I don't know if that was related to the Smart Glass, but the thing that they use for holographic things. What was that? That they showed Minecraft through like a table.
Oh God. Was that like that? I feel like that was a precursor to VR or something you're thinking of.
Yeah, you could be playing with. You could be playing on the on a screen, and then you could see the person in this table, whatever that was. I have no idea.
What was the name of the system that they were trying to do Young Conquer with? I think that's the one Marco's thinking of.
I remember they were playing Minecraft on it. And I was like, I don't remember what that was. And
wait, I think it was HoloLens.
That's it. That was it.
God, Microsoft HoloLens. Is that even still a thing, or did that die too?
No, I think that died too, obviously.
Come out.
I think, but I think it's interesting because that technology is more intriguing than Smart Glass, and they doubled down on Smart Glass for a bit.
Also,
it's kind of weird.
Are you serious, Tej? HoloLens never even came out? What happened to it?
I don't think so.
Oh God! So it got killed too before it could even release.
That's the VR thing, right?
Jova.
Like,
this was
the deal with Oculus.
Oculus.
Yeah.
Remember, Joe, but that was the big thing during the Xbox One generation. After a year of being in the market, Microsoft stopped game creation completely. It was total BS.
Yeah. And seriously,
actually, it came out the first development edition came out in 2016.
I remember their first,
and the development edition 2 came out in May of 2019.
Yeah.
Remember that exclusive project of theirs, Young Conquer, a game that I don't think even got released to the public. So,
you know, I saw that trailer when it first came out. Those developers who were talking, they always showed their first names, not their last names.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's smart. I wouldn't show any of their face.
Insane, but yeah. To sum it up, yeah, it was revolting being an Xbox fan back then. It's sad looking at it nowadays, and one can only hope that Microsoft can get their shit together and actually start releasing games.
All right, Marco, anything else?
That's basically all I have to say. It's yeah.
All right. Dej.
Oh my God! You know, between the Nintendo E3 thing we saw yesterday and the unveiling of the Xbox One, I completely understand why people were extremely cynical towards gaming for a good while. Because, especially the Xbox One reveal, you did not care about what you did. You thought you were so on your high horse. You thought you were untouchable, and didn't realize, maybe this is a bad idea.
Like
the gaming equivalent of them getting up on stage and waving your dick in front of an audience.
Let me put it like this: like, forget the whole "this is fine" meme with the dog. No. This is the equivalent of standing in the middle of a bloody battlefield while your side is clearly losing and going, we're winning. Like,
I thought it was more, this is fine, and you are the one with the flamethrower.
Oh,
yeah, you know what,
This
you
is
know,
fine.
you know what, you know what, you know what. Marco brings up a good point. This is fine, except it's the dog doing the actual torching. Because let's be honest, for as much slack as Sony threw at Microsoft, for as much as Nintendo did get their second win, Microsoft's biggest enemy involving the Xbox One were themselves. Seriously,
Everyone else was just taking advantage, basically.
like you cannot make this stuff up. How every step just went perfectly wrong. Yes, Dutch? Go on.
Oh no. It's and looking at their track record now, like with Microsoft buying companies, heck, Phil Spencer even announced like we have 5 studios working on major games. It's like, oh my god, it's a flat circle.
Yep.
Like enough, things have changed. The more things have changed, the more things stay the same.
Yeah.
That's the thing, Dej. That's the thing, Dej. For as successful as the Xbox 360 was, if you take an objective numerical look at it, most of Microsoft stuff like Halo was their one major in-house thing, because Gears of War at the time was still Epic Games. For Playground Games still wasn't owned by them, so Forza was also a partnership thing, and the other stuff they had was third-party stuff. They didn't really have much in terms of first-party developers. Only Bungie, and even Bungie left.
They kind of ended up burning their bridge with Bungie, who would move
Well,
on to
Bungie burned the bridge themselves with whatever.
To be fair, I actually saw Nick Ninefree's History of Halo video. Apparently, it was a mutual deal where Bungie wanted independence because they didn't want to work on Halo for the rest of eternity. So their deal was, okay, if you make 3 more Halos and give us the IP, we'll let you go. Because remember, they were owned by Microsoft, but they were able to get a deal to stop being owned by Microsoft. But they had to give up the Halo IP to do it. Basically giving up your child to the devil, basically.
Oh, but they were the ones that didn't want to make more Halo anyway, so why keep the IP then?
Well, to be fair, Marco, by that point they had made like 6 Halo games. I can understand them being tired of it at some point.
Sure, but I'm pretty sure you could try make another approach, like why don't we keep working with 343 alongside 343 to keep making Halo games while at the same time we make other IPs, right? They could have done something like that. I don't know.
I guess that's the thing, Marco. It's very rare to find a developer who actually is willing to dedicate his entire career to one franchise. The only 2 people that I know that have done it is Ed Boon with Mortal Kombat and Yuji Ori with Dragon Quest. These 2 men, still to this day, are still passionate over their one franchise that they've ever worked on, and it's amazing. But they're clearly an exception, not a rule.
Like how even Kojima got tired of Metal Gear for a bit.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's perfectly common. Like, it's only human that sometimes you just want greener pastures, you know. So
it makes sense for me that they wanted to stop making Halo games. It's fine. It's just kind of sad that the franchise just went to shit after that.
I feel like consumers would be more understanding of this if the result often didn't end up in disaster, or in some cases, absolute cancellation when the original team leaves. I mean, again, I'm not going to act like we've never had good examples, because no, we've had plenty of good times when a new team picks up an IP. But we have had just as much, if not more, pretty bad occasions when a new team picks up said IP left over as well.
Yeah, the Xbox One showcase, they forgot to do one thing: show us the games. Cool that this thing has its own features, like with the television and whatnot. But I feel like you could have just made a video demonstration on the side instead of wasting your time.
Let me remind you.
Thinking.
Let me remind you, Jeds. The very first thing we see the Xbox One playing is not a game. The Price is Right. Like,
God, I get long day. Well, I just don't. I don't get it, man.
Well, at least now you can.
And so I haven't even got into the always online thing. Want to know why that's a terrible idea? I lived in Nigeria for a year, and like there are times where the government would occasionally turn off the technology and wouldn't restart it until several days later, or several hours to days later. We don't know when. So imagine I'm just downloading a game, and it's like it's almost finished, and then the technology goes off.
Yeah. How like?
Well, it's even worse. Imagine if you actually finish downloading the game, the technology goes off, and you can't play the game you just downloaded.
Again. That's the thing. That's the thing. The actual playing of games on the console was tied to being online. The thing that wasn't tied to being online was using Xbox Live or watching stuff on TV or movie and TV crap and all that stuff.
Carry on.
Anything else, Dej?
I'd say thank God they were publicly embarrassed, and thank God Don isn't involved with Microsoft anymore.
Yep.
I'd say things are in better hands with Phil, but he's just buying his way to victory. And I know this is just kicking the dog, but with all the companies they're buying, they still don't have anything coming out this year. Although their their presentation is going to be in a few days, so we might be hearing something soon.
Yeah. For the record, everybody, we're recording this before the Xbox One showcase of June 2022. Keep that in mind.
Well, yeah, we'll probably have a look at that at some point, maybe, possibly.
Sure.
But yeah, so Dej, would you at least say that you can definitely get why people were really giving the vibes they were the day of the Xbox One reveal conference, now that you have seen the history? So how do you think? How do you think 2013 you would have reacted if you had seen that stuff live?
I would have laughed. Because I will listen to podcasts and discussion videos, and I'm like, oh my god, this is desperate and dire. I remember Some Call Me Johnny was losing his cool over this.
Yeah, that's something. Gamer YouTubers all around were losing their cool over this. And yes, even the calm ones like Some Call Me Johnny, because just look at everything that this original Xbox One console stood for. It was literally one of the biggest threats to gaming as we knew it.
Get your act together, please.
Yes.
Next.
Pedro, the finale is all to you.
Okay, I think there's only one appropriate way that I can sum this up with in terms of thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Xbox One, TV, movies, TV, Xbox, watch TV, movies, games, sports. Xbox is about to become the next water cooler. TV. I'm proud to announce a Halo TV show. So TV, Call of Duty. Our new Call of Duty has a new realistic dog, a new realistic fish AI. Call of Duty. Xbox, go home. There you go.
Again, the fact that all actually happened is just a testament.
One system.
I think that the highlight reel that's still on YouTube, you can still watch it. I think pretty much says it all.
Yeah.
So. Go on, like seriously. I would just be repeating what everybody else already said, Jova. Let's just close this off.
So yes, that was a look back at the Xbox One reveal, the myth, the old version, the legend, and how it would later be defeated. But the story does not entirely end, because no. Let us see what was the true final bullet in the back, the absolute nail in its coffin here, before that coffin was dumped into space and dropped in a black hole. Tune in next time, ladies and gentlemen, for Sony E3 2013, and the spiciness that is to follow.